Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our last and final day of the 76th Annual Junior Market Barrows Show. What we have left this morning is the last two divisions of the Crossbred Show. We'll have 6 classes. They've called the first class, Class 101. The weight ranges are from 271 to 275, and there are 45 head in this class. I'd like to welcome all our viewers. My name is Wayne Rohde, and I'm joined by my co-host Landon Rohde, and we're honored to be here with you on this final day of our Barrows Show. It's been an outstanding Barrows Show throughout both waves. The quality has really been deep in each and every one of the classes, and I feel like both of our judges have done an outstanding job of ensuring that each of these kids had a fair evaluation. They judged with precision and accuracy, and they also put the kids first in ensuring that each one had those fair opportunities, and that they also got this right in their minds and try to keep this a consistent pattern all the way through this entire show, which they definitely have. Just some, as we're waiting to as they're loading for Class 101, I just want to touch and give our viewers a little summary of the breeds that from the first wave and then up to date on our second wave of our champions and reserves. In our Berkshire show, the champion Burke came out of Class 5. It belonged to Reese Mabry out of Brock FFA. Our reserve champion came out of Class 2, Bellamy Sasson, and that was from Eula FFA. In our spot show, our champion came out of Class 8. It was Aubrey Sharp out of Hansford County 4-H. Our reserve champion came out of Class 8 also. It was the second place in that class, and it was to Brennan Parker out of Hale Center FFA. In our Poland show, our champion came out of Class 16, Remy McLaughlin, and our reserve champion came out of Class 15, and that belonged to Parson Spencer out of Albany FFA. In our Hampshire show, our champion came out of Class 26, and it was Alice Norris out of Abbott FFA, and our reserve champion was Class 21, belonging to Lexi Nelson out of Kendall County 4-H. In our Duroc show, our champion came out of Class 44, and it was Coley Myers out of Monday FFA. And our reserve came out of Class 43, Laney Campbell out of Johnson County 4-H. In our Dark Cross class, our champion came out of Class 63, and it belonged to Wyatt Ducotes out of Medina Valley FFA. Our reserve champion, also out of Class 63, was Paxton Southard out of Navarro County 4-H. In our Chester show of the start of our second wave yesterday, our champion came out of Class 77, and it belonged to Avery Mabry out of Brock FFA. I have to tell you, it's hard here in San Antonio to even make the sale, but the Mabrys have had an outstanding day as a family. They also had the champion Burke, in addition to Avery having the champion Chester. So both kids had an outstanding day here at San Antonio. That's incredible. And for our reserve champion Chester, it belonged to Reese Hufftaker out of Class, what's that? Huffaker, I'm sorry. And that also came out of Class 77. So the first and second place both were champion and reserve out of that Class 77. Continuing on with our Yorkshire show, the champion came out of Class 83 and is Rainey Shacker out of Dumas FFA. The reserve champion out of Class 82 was Zane Byers out of Hale County 4-H. Zane also exhibited, he's had a great show here at San Antonio as well. He also exhibited the Reserve Supreme overall gilt in the Junior Purebred Breeding Gilt show here at San Antonio. In our Landrace show, our champion came out of Class 88. It was Kenley Gardner out of Coryell County 4-H. Our reserve also out of that same class. Our second place was Lily Cooper out of Lubbock County 4-H. So that is all of our breed and reserve breed champions. Of course, we did 2 waves of our crosses, or 2 divisions of our crosses yesterday, and we started our first class of crosses to this morning for our wave 3.
And like you said, we're starting our first class today, that being class number 101. There are 45 total head in this class, and weight ranges are from 271 to 275. This is actually the 3rd largest class of the crossbred Barrows here on wave 2, Wayne. Yesterday we had 2 classes that were at 46. This morning we have one at 45, and our very last class today is by far the largest, and I think it's the largest.
It's the largest of the entire show, I believe.
I believe so, too. 49 total head in that last class of crossbred Barrows.
So this is the start of our Division 3. We will have a Division 3 and 4 in this cross show. There'll be 3 classes that wind up. So the first 3 classes will be our Division 3, and our final 3 classes will be our Division 4. The judges have a little over 260 head, to be exact, 262 head, as we show it, that they're going to be going through to final round out this show today.
Well, and I talked to Paul, our arena director, and I said, are we going to have the grand drive at noon, or when do they think? And kind of like he said, it just kind of depends when they're done today. If you base it off yesterday, they judged 6 classes of crossbred Barrows, and they were done in 3.5 hours. So it just depends. It could be 11:30, it could be noon. Just kind of stay tuned, and once we get a little closer, we'll have a better idea where the grand drive is going to stand for those of you who may not be able to tune in all morning. At least you kind of have an idea where we're at, and we'll kind of let you know as the day progresses and their what they're judging. Because these guys have a good pattern and a good rhythm. They may take a little extra longer on some of these classes because of the depth of quality, but at the same time, they keep it running smooth, and has a lot to do with the ring help as well, and all the volunteers, over 7,000 volunteers that make up the San Antonio Stock Show. We're ready to rock and roll this morning. It's a little cold, Wayne. I think, what'd you say, 23?
24 this morning in San Antonio.
Yep.
However, yesterday morning it was 27, so it's 3 degrees colder than when we started yesterday morning.
Well, and as 99.9% of you know, going to Stock Show, there's this thing called Stock Show crud, and I'm pretty sure I got it. Took a little emergency this morning, some Tylenol. Didn't have any ivermectin on me, but heck, we're gonna make it through this wonderful show. It's been a wonderful and great show here at San Antonio this year. Dwayne, I know you mentioned the judges, but when you have guys like that who can really go out there and set a tone and a pattern and work well together with the kids, it just makes you put your mind at so much ease, knowing that, hey, not only is this a competitive and good show, but I'm going to get the best opportunity out there in the ring to get a placing ribbon here.
Yeah, and they've held it all the way through. You look, the first wave we had over 1,500 Barrows, and they're going to evaluate by the conclusion of today's crossbred show another 800, totaling 2,300 or slightly over in that amount. And so that's a large amount of Barrows that you go through, and they have owned up to the challenge and have done an outstanding job day in and day out, class in and class out.
Well, I was going to ask you too, Wayne. So, all the breed champions and reserve breed champions from wave number 1, do they get an extra 10 pounds? Say, they've turned their weight card in at 300. Can they be up to 310
Unless
once the grand drive
has
happens?
Changed, it was 5 additional pounds. But I will ask that question again. That's how it has been in the past. They got 15 instead of 10-pound weigh back. So that's a good question. I don't know that it has changed.
You said 5 pounds.
Additional pounds.
So on top
15 instead of 10.
Yeah. Oh, even over a 4-day period, you think they're not going to gain
well,
more than 5 pounds?
Well, that's how it had been in the past, but I will double verify that just for our listeners.
On wave 1 Barrows, right?
So we've got confirmation on that. It has changed over the years. It's 23 pounds on our first wave, so that's pretty exciting.
And when you said 5 pounds, it's like, man, they'll gain 5 pounds just by breathing out there.
Yeah.
You know, that's 4 days of trying to get them right, because, I mean, that's good they give them 23 versus – they can weigh up to 23. So it's actually an additional 13 pounds.
Right.
If you think about it.
Right.
If they turn their weight card in at 250.
But what's interesting to me is it states in there 15 pounds on the second wave. So like this crossbred here that's showing today, they go across the scale at 10.
So they get an additional drive, they get an additional
they can
5
fill
pounds.
out another 5 pounds.
Well, that's fine.
And
I mean,
that's
just
good.
Keep it fair.
Yeah, no, it is, because, you know, the ones that showed yesterday, that gives them 5 pounds, so it's fair all the way through on our wave, too.
Well, you've also seen it, Wayne, where they can do that and go take a picture and they weigh out in the grand drive.
Oh, absolutely.
You know a family that did that back in the 90s.
Oh,
I guess.
absolutely.
And you still tell that story.
They got to the grand drive and
they got tanked up on water, and their bear didn't weigh within 5 pound mark or whatever it was, and it really screwed it up.
Yeah, it was. I think they were in photography or something. At that particular time they were giving a lot of water in there, and he started retaining it, I think, is what I understand.
Yes, sir. Looks like we have a total of, well, I know for a fact there's 16 pin back. So this is going to be another deep set, and we talked about that yesterday being a very, very competitive deep set. So I only anticipate heat's gonna turn up as the day goes on too. And we talked about certain barrows that really stood out to us in wave 1, and then this wave as well. And I'm curious to see how those 300-pound crossbred barrows look out there in comparison to the darks.
Looks like we have 16 pin, but could be some behind.
Yeah, like that's what I was saying is, I see 16, but there definitely could be a few more back behind us here. And the guys usually come out here and really take their time to make sure they haven't missed a barrow out here in the big arena. But when you have 16 pin back, you got to make sure it's a really, really, really good one out there in order to pull it. And usually when they pull it out of this arena here, it's probably, man, that's a really good one. I just flat out missed this barrow. And I think Will said that yesterday too. He had one. He's like that. This young lady moved up to third in the class, and I flat out missed this Barrow from the beginning. And he wasn't too prideful to admit it either. And so he made sure he did right by that young lady, and that's what it's all about. It looks like they're going to excuse these individuals, and we wish them best of luck down the road. For those of you, if it's your first day tuning in here, or don't know exactly what's going on, what they're going to do now is they're going to excuse these individuals back. This is a terminal show, so they do not get to take their animals back with them. Once they excuse these individuals, they're going to pull these animals that are in the holding pens out one at a time and evaluate each one individually. And if they really like your animal, they're going to pin you back. And what he's done on certain classes, depending on depth, he's pinned a minimum of 5 to 6, and sometimes he'll place them depending on how many he pulls back in this class. But say he keeps 23 Barrows back after the initial sort. He's going to pin back 10 to 11 hogs and then resort again.
We've pinned our first one after letting the first 4 out. The young man in kind of the red-looking shirt there with his black Hampshire appearing hog. Young lady in the pink sweater got pinned back.
That'll be the second one pinned back, and that we're about halfway through with these 16 that are here. Like I said, there still might be 1 or 2 more back behind me. Let me go double check that, Wayne. See what we got back behind us.
Got another one pinned back. The young lady in the yellow jacket just got pinned back. She'll be number 3. Being pinned back from our second evaluation. And like we've mentioned throughout both waves, these judges have definitely been very fair to our young people. I mean, you have had 40-something in this class, and you had – how many did you see back there?
I don't mean to interrupt, but – I said I could see 16. There's probably more. He's probably going to do double sort here when he pinned back 24 total hogs in this class.
Well, and what's interesting, too, and as I mentioned to our listeners, they've been more than fair with these kids. This class had 40-something head in this class. What was it, 45?
45. It's the third largest class of the cross Barrows this wave.
And you said how many are pinned?
24.
24. So I counted
over half the class.
14 in the big arena they kept back.
So that tells you
to have a second view from them.
So it goes to show you the depth of quality in this class.
Oh, yes, and just how they want to make sure they get it right.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you keep 24 hogs back, it's hard to pull one out of the big arena when you have that many pinned back already that you think were really good. And those are ones Mr. Hilty pinned back. So he got to see every single one of those hogs first. And knowing what he saw out there, like I said, granted, you will have 1 or 2 out there in the big arena you just flat out missed. And he missed one, and he said, I flat out missed this hog. And it happens. We're all human. Sometimes that kid doesn't present the barrow maybe good enough in the initial sort because that arena it's small enough to where if you don't get your pig's head up, sometimes you get a bad look on that hog or don't get a true value of what that hog is. But they pinned back 4 so far and still have several to look at here, Wayne. A few blue butts out there, but like we talked about, we're in the day and age now, and I don't know if it's a trend or a phase that we're going through in the industry where we're making hamp appearing crosses, and that's our main focus. The blue butts have kind of gone away a little bit, and you'll get a few hamp appearing ones in the litter, and then the rest of them kind of look like some of these that have a big old black spot on their belt, or just kind of a cattywampus look to their coloring. But you don't see many blue butts anymore like you used to back in the early 2000s and all that. Blue butts used to be the way to go, and if you had
they were usually
if you had a
the
hamp
grands.
I was going to say if you had a hamp appearing hog, it didn't get anything because it wasn't a blue butt. And now our trends have changed, and that's no different than headwear and apparel and stuff like that. I don't think we'll ever go back to the kind of hog they had back in the 80s.
No,
but when it comes to coloration, it's funny how trends just kind of adapt and change, and then eventually we'll go back to probably a blue butt appearing hog again. I don't know, or a Burke appearing one that didn't quite classify as Burke. I don't know, but you see a lot of dark crosses nowadays.
We saw a lot of changes occur in the 70s and 80s and even 90s, but I really like the trends that's kind of leveled off the last 5 years or so, especially the last 3 or 4, where it's been more consistent, and I feel like we're kind of at a good trending, and it seems to be consistent among judges as well.
Yes, sir.
Looks like we got 6 now pinned back,
Mm-hmm.
or 7, I think. Yeah, 7. Young man in the kind of violet purple just got pinned as well.
That looks pink. I don't know. I don't know what color that is.
Light purple, lavender maybe.
Looks like this might be the last one. I'm going to pin this young lady's. Yeah, the young lady has a really, really good hog, but I'm kind of concerned. And obviously that pig's probably pretty cold if this hog's going to tighten up as the drive goes on, if he really drives them. That'll be the 8th one pinned back now. 9th, so he'll pin back at least one
10,
more.
I bet, just like they did
10
some
or
yesterday.
possibly 11 or 12 even.
You know.
But there's still a lot of Barrows out here that won't make the top 10, but they were good enough to have a chance at the top 10 here. So it goes, like I said, shows you the depth we have in this class.
And if you weren't with us yesterday in the start of the cross class, they do have the top 6 actually make the auction here at San Antonio in this breed drive. 4 of them, the top 4 will go across the auction stage, but 5 and 6 are considered non-walking lots. Mm-hmm. This is something that San Antonio has started last year because the sale was going into the early morning hours, which really caused a lot of fatigue for our buyers, our kids, parents, ag teachers, 4-H agents, and they decided to go ahead and give guaranteed amounts at $1,500 for those 5th and 6th places, and yet you could still, as wanted to help out these kids, you can still do add-ons as well at the sale or on the website, do add-ons. So great foresight by San Antonio, having this vision to continue to make things better and better here at our stock show here in San Antonio.
Absolutely, Wayne. And here we go. It looks like they kept back just 10. So every one of these individuals will get a rosette here in this class, and these 6 classes of crosses, it follows consistently with what we did yesterday. 10 will get a rosette, and top 6 in each one of these class are eligible and qualify for the sale here.
They pinned back the young man in kind of the red plaid.
Both of them. Yeah,
and
both red plaids.
Yes. Both driving really nice Barrows.
Yes.
Pinned the young lady in the yellow's jacket.
So I think what Will's going to do here, and he's got to see these hogs twice now. You know, sometimes he'll pin back 5, but I've seen him just pin back 3 or 4, Wayne, and then just start placing from there because he's like, I've already seen these hogs. And doing a double evaluation, you're not having to go back and be like, hey, maybe I need to pull back 6 or 7 just to make sure. Well, they've already double evaluated them, so they've got to see these animals several times. And this will be the 4th one pinned back, young lady in the blue.
Sweater, huh?
Yep. The young lady drives a really good hog. And just
Put him back the next one.
pretty quickly.
So that's 5 already.
Real ride based, and I just worry about that rear end on that young lady's. I hope if he holds true, he's going to be really, really good and hard to beat.
Yeah.
But he's
starting to relax
loosen up a little bit,
more.
yeah.
Probably
but he was a little
cold.
tight. He was a little tight, yeah, and I was worried about that for the young lady if he started getting tighter, as the drive goes on. Once he really starts driving that animal, but it'll be interesting to see. And sometimes the longer you walk them, the looser they get.
Absolutely, especially when you're dealing with 24-degree weather, and I'm sure they had to wash them this morning to clean them up. So
I'd be
they look
tight
as
too
pretty.
because that water's cold.
I would be very stiff all in my back and legs and everything.
Wasn't that because you're older though?
Oh no, I'm still young at heart, guys.
You're fixing to be another year older here in less than a month, so
No, it's just
84 is
being a little more
84 is going to be here before you know it, Wayne.
So,
full of it,
so
I know.
Full
Yeah.
of hot air.
Well, we got them all pulled out one at a time. They pinned back 4, and that's kind of what I thought, and kind of like I said, Wayne, what I thought. Actually 5, pardon me. I don't know if they're going to pin anymore. I think they're going to look these over here and start placing them, and I've seen them do it both ways, from the bottom back up, and from 6th, say they pin back 5 back, I could see them placing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order, but we did see one class yesterday where they went the other way. Kind of threw the ring help off a little bit, but at the same time, it's part of what they do.
And all 10 of these will receive a nice rosette, but like I mentioned earlier in our show, only the top 6 make the auction here in San Antonio. So we'll see. He placed the young man in the lavender-type jacket there. I'm not sure if he's 6th.
Okay, he is 6th, yeah.
Yep.
So they're going to place him 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So that young man got a
sales
slot, and these other ones are
Absolutely.
just going to get a rosette. But, kudos to them and such a very, very deep and high-quality first class of the last day of the Market Barrows show here at San Antonio.
The young man in the gray-looking vest was, I believe,
8th.
8th or 9th?
Yeah, 8th.
Okay, yeah.
No, 9th.
9th, yeah.
No, the young man in the green was 8th.
Yes.
The young man in the
Young
gray
lady
vest
in the gray sweater
was 10th.
10th.
Now we're going to pull our top 5 out here. These will be the top 5 in this first class, that being Class 101. Started with 45 head, and now we're down to 5. From here on out, he's going to pull all 5 of these out and place from 5th down up to 1st.
Young man coming out, really a square-hipped hog, really pretty. Maybe a little flatter behind that shoulder and that rib area, but just got such a pretty look from the
a side profile is really good,
Absolutely.
and going away from you is really good. This young man has, golly, look at the bone on that hog.
Look at the bone work on the second.
That sucker has structure and big shoulder, big back.
Oh, absolutely.
And can move out there.
And he's got some rib shape behind that blade, if you notice.
Good skull on him, but, I don't know if he's quite as clean-fronted as the one that came out first.
So
but
you got two,
still a good hog.
Pigs that
Very
are similar,
consistent.
but are different.
Have their subtle differences to them.
Absolutely. It comes down to personal preference now.
They're going to want them looking like a box.
Absolutely. This one is a wide tracking one coming from behind.
Yeah, and she got a good hog, a little flatter rib too.
Yep.
And that one, depth is good, but the rib shape is not quite as expanded out as some of these other ones in this class. But wow, ties in really well from the head to the shoulder portion of the body on that hog. Real square rumped hog here.
What's interesting, you look at the 3 that are out. Now we got the 4th one coming out. I would predict that those 2 hogs will stay together, the one in the blue and the one in the long sleeve
Yellow?
shirt with the black, because they're just so similar, in makeup.
Yeah.
So however they place them, I think they're going to be lined
Here's
up.
our last and final one. This is the one that young lady hog's starting to loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, he's working better from behind. Not quite as roached in his top either. He's really loosened up in his spine. He looks like a different hog out there now, doesn't he?
Yeah, one that doesn't have quite as much, but you talk about a side profile on that hog looks really good. It'll be interesting to see how these hogs, the longer they drive, he's going to go and pin this young man the light red.
So he'll be fifth and made the sale. Congratulations.
Young lady in the yellow is fourth. Young lady in the blue is third. Now we're down to our top two here.
Mm-hmm.
And he does want them square and boxy, so that's kind of where he went, with
and
these
those
other ones.
three, and he, you can really follow him because those last three, these first top three, are very similar in kind.
That young man's look at the bone on that hog.
He's got some posts now.
He does.
You can see the view from behind on that young man's pig. From behind, he's got some big feet and some posts,
and he can move.
Oh, absolutely, like very flexible.
Maybe a little more forward in his shoulder here on this guy's.
Well, that's the young lady's pig that's still out there, isn't it?
It is.
That loosened up. He looks
now
a lot different now.
Now she's starting to move a little bit.
Yes.
Kind of wiggling outside the skeleton just a hair, but, I mean, it's right on the edge where he shouldn't dock her for that because she's within her skeleton.
Yeah, it definitely is. Got a really massive top, if you notice. Very defined top.
Very big back.
When you see that barrow off over the top coming, going away from you.
Young man's going to be second. Young lady's going to be your class winner once that pig loosened up.
Congratulations.
They really got after it.
Up and really looks nice.
Well, I think really a good way to get started here on our last day. And, man, what a good class to work through here on the top end. As always, fun to come together with Ben and tell each other what we see. And we do think there's obviously differences within this pair. There's some outlying pieces, but we just sided with the young lady's belted one. He fits together better from a balance and proportionality standpoint, particularly when you're off to the side view of him. His set and angulation to his shoulder just allows him to reach and go with more comfort out of his front end. He's sharper about his head and neck and the way it attaches to his body. Then you get right on top of him, and he's just edgier in terms of his back shape and muscle feeding out down his top line. He's got tremendous flair to his hip and stifle. Then he just stays so comfortable out here. That's a nice place to go ahead and start this morning. I think obviously some very, very unique pieces to the one that comes in second. That is a beautiful rear leg. For one that stout, he's got bend and flex to his hock. He's got cushion to his rear pastern. He's got the far outlying pieces in terms of bone and structure. He's a little more upright in terms of his shoulder when you step off to the side of him. Maybe wants to close at his knee just a shade. And the longer you ask him to drive, he just kind of wants to flip his front feet. I think that's a result of him maybe being a little more upright. It's just he's got the parts and pieces. They've just got to fit and blend together a notch better. Certainly an outlier from bone, though. We like that pig a good deal to go ahead and be two. The one that comes in three is one that gives you a good look from the side view profile. He's bulky through his midrib and midsection of his body. He's beautifully presented just in terms of skin and hair. He's one that we've just got to change when he comes right at us. He wants to close too much from his knee to the ground. He gets maybe just a little lower set when you view him from the side view profile right there at the point of his shoulder, but absolutely dialed in terms of skin and hair. The one that comes next gives you a good view coming out of the gate in terms of just chest and feature and skull shape. He's a bear that proportions well from the side view profile, but when you just study the way this one utilizes his rear skeleton, the longer you ask him to drive. He just wants to search too much outside of his body, but his muscle, his shape, his freshness, all those things certainly work to his advantage, allow him to go ahead and get into the top end. The one that comes next, the narrow-belted one, beautifully patterned from the side view profile. He's got an awesome look ahead of his blade. Of the initial 5, he gets a little stretchy just in terms of his length of body. As a result, when you get right on top of him, he's just not as bulky through his forerib and midsection of his body. He just doesn't offer you the same kind of crisp shape up high. But man, that is a sweet looking one from the side view profile. Young man does a nice job of getting him presented. The one that comes next, again, a very good kind of an individual, just from the side view profile. He's deep through his heart and mid-rib, yet stays proportional and attractive from the side. It's the view when you get right in behind him. He's simply just too coarse about his hock joint. If we could clean those up, that's a pig that maybe potentially slides up a few spots in this class. We continue to work through these. Man, what a great way to start off the morning. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the young people as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that concludes class number 101. Moving on now to class 102. 41 total head in this class, and weight ranges are from 276 to 280. I'll have those top 10 individuals from the previous class here shortly, and I'll read off those names and give them a shout out, and also let you know who our certified Texas bred class champion was. Our lead judge today, for those of you just now tuning in, is Mr. Will Hilty. And our secondary judge for our crossbreds is Mr. Ben Boble. I want to welcome both those guys. I'll kind of give you guys a bio on them here shortly. We'll start with Mr. Will Hilty from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up on a diversified livestock farm, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows, with his wife, Callie, and their daughters, Kinley and Kenna. I want to welcome Mr. Hilty. And our secondary judge for the crossbreds is Mr. Ben Boble from Lincoln, Illinois. He's the owner and operator of Boble Farms, consisting of 100 sows and a grain operation. Him and his wife, Haley, have 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex. He went to Blackhawk East and Iowa State University. I want to welcome both these two judges here to the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. All right, I've got our top 10 individual results from our first class of the day on the Crossbred Barrows. If I butcher your name, I'm so sorry. I will do my best, but I definitely want to give each of you a shout out. In 10th place, we had Kinsey Fischerbacher. 9th place was awarded to Grayson Campella. 8th place was awarded to Cutter Hall. 7th place was shown by Reagan Smith. 6th place was handed out to Dallas Martinez. 5th place was exhibited by Cole Raines. 4th place was shown by Ashlyn Stricker. Sorry, Ashlyn. 3rd place was exhibited by Aubrey Gardner. 2nd place went to Rhett Owens, and our class winner of that particular class went to Peyton Go of Fort Bend County 4-H.
Oh, yeah. So y'all staying in the B&B? Oh, that's great. Y'all been doing that for a while, haven't you?
Our certified Texas bred class champion was exhibited by our 4th place, Ms. Ashlyn Stricker. And the breeder of that hog was G5 Show Pigs of Raymondville. Congratulations to G5 Show Pigs and that exhibitor. Moving on once again to number class 102, 41 total head in this class. Weight ranges once again are from 276 to 280, so we're starting to get up there in weight, y'all. Looks like the guys have 4 pinned back, and we will be with you momentarily. Thank you for tuning in to Taylor Fort Podcasting. For those of you tuned in, we have 4 more classes to judge after this class, and then we'll kind of let you know when the grand drive is going to start. Now, what we do after these 4 classes, we're going to go ahead and judge our Division 3 and Division 4 crossbred champion and reserve champions. We did Division 1 and 2 yesterday, so each one of these divisions is broken up into 3 classes of crossbred Barrows here. So like the first 3 classes made up Division 1, the second 3 classes made up Division 2, the third 3 classes made up Division 3, and the last 3 classes make up Division 4. So it's 12 total classes of crossbreds we have in wave number 2 here. We will be judging the third and fourth set of 3 classes. I hope that made sense to everybody at home, followed by the Division 3 and Division 4 champion and reserve champion of those. And then once we conclude that, we will bring all 4 champion division winners out for an opportunity to show for the champion and reserve champion overall crossbred here at San Antonio. We did the dark crossbreds the first wave. Now we just have the generic crossbreds, or the light crosses, whatever you want to call it, on the second wave. And then we'll kind of know more and can give everybody at home a better idea of when we're going to be doing our grand overall drive of the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Wayne, it looks like you have something in front of you. You want to tell us about it?
Yes, I'd like to share with our listeners a new program that came together. If you had joined us for the first wave, we had some kids from D1 universities across the United States, and they came up and joined us, and we interviewed them, and they were part of a new program called the Top Judge. And it's a great program where we really enjoyed these young people. They're definitely were the cream of the crop, and they were very impressive getting to interview them, and they really got it going. And this all came about by a gentleman by the name of Dan Lane, who had the vision along with some of his other people that he gathered together to have this vision to start this Top Judge program. And the purpose of the Top Judge program is to provide an opportunity for collegiate livestock judging students to further develop their skills and leadership qualities with a focus on preparation as livestock show judges. The program is built upon the experiences of the collegiate livestock judging team experience, with the goal of preparing them to be successful as livestock show judges and industry leaders. These kids, what they did was they were selected. There was 20 of them. They had to make application and went through a process and were selected across the United States. And the ones that were eligible were those that have completed their livestock judging career in November of 2024. Those were the ones that were eligible. And then once they were selected, then they have been mentored by industry leaders that have proven their ability, integrity, and dedication to furthering the livestock community. These were the mentors that were selected, and we really appreciate that vision that Dan and his crew had. And these kids were selected based on their expertise. There was up to 6 of them, and it was expertise that they had in either cattle, swine, sheep, and goats. And what San Antonio allowed them to do was to participate in skill-based activities, participate in mentorship, and develop with industry leaders as these mentors I was visiting with you about, and also participate in promotional activities. You know, the mission statement of this Top Judge is: the Top Judge will raise the bar of the industry leadership by developing a group of professionals with an elite skill set in areas of professionalism, integrity, humility, and communications. What a fine mission statement there. You know, the vision is that we teach these judges coming off of these college livestock judging contests that have the desire of furthering their judging career and have an opportunity to judge at some of these big type shows and work their way into that. And, you know, by San Antonio allowing them to come here and be here with the mentors, they got to see how these judges work the kids, because the kids come first, and then the judging comes about. And the mentors were able to work with these different judges that had expertise in the swine here, and you couldn't have had 2 finer judges to basically show these young people the ways to handle yourself in the ring and the consistency of the judging that they're doing. These young people got to see all of these different aspects, and what a good way to kind of mold these young people to be our next judges of the future. So again, thank you, Dan Lane and your crew and all the mentors. If you were with me yesterday toward the end of the day, I had Kyle Stevens up here. He told us a little bit about what mentorship meant to him and a little bit about the program. So I was glad that he shared that with us and that I could share it with our listeners. So anyway, we appreciate San Antonio allowing this and bringing this awareness to our listeners. Thank you so much. And anyway, we're into our second class, 102. We've let out the top 6, and they've pinned 1 back. They're letting out the 7th one at this time.
17. Be careful on that end.
Blew a blood vessel. Looks like we've got pen 2 back now. The light blue plaid shirt young man was pinned back, and it looks like we have another one pinned back as well. Young lady with the calico barrow with the black sweater was pinned back. Looks like we've had a total of 10 that they viewed back for the second evaluation, and we got 3 pinned back currently. Let out the next young man. Now we're letting out the young lady with the orange sweater. You notice what Mr. Hilty does? He when you let the barrow out, he looks at the front end first, goes to the side profile, and then goes around to the back and over the top. So, you know, he's looking at how each one checks all of these boxes that we've talked about that has established the consistency in their patterns throughout both waves. Just pinned the young man in the pink shirt. You know, number 4, and then number 5, there's a young lady in a red sweater with a calico barrow as well. So we got 5 pinned back currently.
17 total. Did you say that already, Wayne? I'm sure.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
know.
we had 17 total that were pinned back in this class, so maybe not quite as many pinned back, but depth of quality is definitely there. Are those top 4 that were just pinned back, or the 4 that he did pin back?
Looks like he's pinned the 6th one back in a blue, kind of a royal blue plaid.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And he kind of looked at the hog and then kind of started looking at the other one, just kind of pointing back behind him. So he knew that one pretty quickly, apparently.
It checked the boxes that he's looking for.
Really good hog there. Maybe not as pulled apart in the front end. Still has big wide chest floor. Maybe doesn't walk quite as wide up front, but definitely has plenty to be very successful in this class here. And granted, I didn't get a really good look at that one, but it, you know, like you talked about, their pattern has been so consistent over the past 2 waves of just being square and wide on both ends of their skeleton. Big backed, big rumped, very level hipped, pulled apart in their blades. Clean fronted. They really want something that's kind of clean. They don't want anything that's really jowly or not fresh through their front end there. Big skulled and pretty much checks all these boxes that we look for in a hog. They're following that exact pattern there, but they definitely want them wide, Wayne.
Well, I appreciate the consistency of the pattern. You know, that's all you can ask of a judge is set a consistent pattern and hold it true through the entire judging of the show. And they definitely have done that. And I mentioned
the young lady in the red scarf will be 7th place or 8th place. Excuse me.
They're starting to place.
Oh yeah, no,
now.
that's why when you started talking, I was like, wait a minute, Wayne, we're fixing to place here.
Oh goodness.
So we have 7 pinned back. A young man in the green will be 9th. And we have one more placing button to give out, and the young man in the green striped shirt, he'll be 10th. And we're going to excuse the other individuals out of the ring, and we wish them the best of luck at future shows and their careers in life. Down to the top 7 in this class here, they're going to pull all 7 of these animals out. And they've done it 2 ways in the past, depending on, you know, depth of quality in this class and how high they are on some of these barrows here. They still might pin 1 or 2 back like they've done before, but they've also done it where they pulled all 7 out and then just started placing 7th up to 1st. It just varies from class to class, but there is consistency there. You're like, well, if they're consistent, well, why are they doing that? Well, it just depends on the depth of class. Which I do believe they're going to pull all 7 out now, just based on kind of what they're doing here. Calico Barrow has a big old ham in it, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of muscle there.
Well, they've talked about it. They like muscle on the rear end here, but they don't want it also rounded either at the same time. So, look, he is going to do that where he's going to pin a couple back. So
The black-headed Hampshire.
And the young man in the blue, the light blue here, he's going to pin both of those back, so that means they're going to be in the top placings, Wayne. For sure.
Absolutely.
Really good up-headed bear on the Calico that just came out. A little more forward in his shoulder, but sometimes when you get them that tall at the point of the shoulder, they start getting a little straighter in their front end.
Yes, they do. You can't have both sometimes, the angle of the shoulder to get them that tall.
He pinned this young lady's back real quick. I want the blue scarf here. Like I said, maybe not quite as wide-fronted as some of the other ones we've seen, but you talk about a really complete, well-put-together Barrow here that just got pinned.
That one has a really wide, defined top, too.
Oh, yeah.
You can really see that from up here.
And maybe I'm getting too bully dog in these classes here, you know. Want a real big chest in them. We've seen some that are really big-chested. But all 3 of these Barrows that are in the top 3 here are really balanced. I think they're going to start placing them here. And they'll place 7th first. Young lady in the black will be 7th. Young lady in the red will be 6th. She is a sales slot
winner.
Young man in the pink will be 5th. And young man in the blue will be 4th. So he did a double sword here. So now he's going to pull out his top 3 individuals here for an evaluation, and that way, and I appreciate them doing that too when they're judging, because that way you don't wear these animals out too much. I mean, you want them to walk and be able to sustain the drive. But if you know they're at the top end, pin them back so they're fresh and they're ready to rock and roll and have the same fair advantage as the other individuals in the class.
We are in Class 102, and we're in the final 3 here. We've let out the last one of our final 3, and they'll be placing 3rd on up to our class winner. They're both judges are analyzing all 3 of these and kind of coming up with how they feel they want to place it. They'll confer, and then they'll come up with their placing.
You know, we talk about complete Barrows here, and all 3 of these are very similar in kind. You know, the only difference, you know, we talked about this in the dark crosses that one day, Wayne. You had a different variety, but if you painted all 3 of them the same color, you'd have pretty much the same Barrow in all 3 of these individuals here. Subtle differences, and that's where it's going to be splitting hairs here. Like, you see what I'm talking about? Those young ladies are so good.
But that shows the consistency.
Yeah.
It kind of, you know, that Barrow there stands 3rd.
Young lady is going to be 2nd here in the blue, and the young man is going to be your class winner. Congratulations to these
Absolutely.
3 individuals. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
We work through this particular class, fits together pretty logically here at the top end for Ben and I. Just balance, look, and proportionality allow the young man's off belt to go ahead and be your class winner. I think from the side view profile, he's the one that paints a really good silhouette. He's extended about his head and neck. He's really, really fresh and shapely when I get right on top of him. I think where he has an advantage, a decided advantage over the Barrow that comes in in too is when you step off to the side of him and just watch the way his rear leg functions. I think he's got more cushion and give to his lower joints, just allows him to stay more collected and more comfortable in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his rear skeleton. The young lady's a belted one that comes in too. I prefer this one in terms of the bulk to the center portion of his body. He's deeper about his heart and forerib. He's just a softer, middled, beefier kind of an individual through the midsection of his body. He's another one that's good in terms of shape and muscle when you get right on top of him. For us, when you step off to the side and just watch his rear skeleton work, particularly his right rear, he kind of wants to knuckle on his pastern. He's just got to have more cushion and give. He's just got to be more athletic in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. Young lady's got him presented to a T in terms of skin and hair. My compliments to her on a job well done. The black-headed one comes next, is one that gives you a good look from the side view profile. He's a tall-shouldered, flat-backed, long, level-hipped kind of an individual. When you study him just in terms of set and angulation to his front end, he wants to become a little more upright in terms of just the angle to his shoulder. As a result, he just doesn't reach as comfortably out of his front end. You get right into him, and he's the flattest of the initial trio in terms of the outward turn and curvature to his forerib. He's a little blander in terms of his muscle shape up high, but again, beautiful silhouette from the side view profile, really athletic kind of hip and rear leg. Those things allow him to get into the top end of this particular drive. Really fresh, well presented one that's awesome in terms of his shape and muscle up high. He's a round-bodied, a good-centered kind of an individual. When I'm off to the side of him, he gets a little piece here right there through his ham-loin junction, and then he's just got to handle his rear leg a notch differently in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. But man, that is a very fresh, well-presented one. Certainly like him from those standpoints. One that comes next, really, really big boned of the initial 4 or 5. He's one of the heavier duty, just heavier skeleton ones. He just wants to funnel to the ground too much off of both ends of his skeleton. He's another one I've just got to make hinge and go differently out of his hip and rear leg, but certainly admire him just from a stoutness and bone perspective. The calico that comes next, man, I can get into some parts and pieces of this one. He's really attractive from shoulder blade forward. He's flat backed. He's long and level out of his hip and rump. Just plain and simple. We've got to fix his flank before we can work him up any higher. We continue to work down through here. Thought it was another really nice kind of a class. Let's put our hands together for those young people as they head back.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, I've got the results for our top 10 individuals from class number 102. I'm going to go and read them off. Currently, we are evaluating class number 103, 42 total head in that class, and weight ranges are from 281 to 284. This will be the third of six we're going to judge today, and that will conclude all of our classes for the San Antonio Livestock Show, Market Barrows Show, that is. If you're looking for the cattle show, it's on a different stream through Taylor Fort Pot Webcasting, just like us. But if you're looking for the pig show, you are in the right place. Class number 102, the one we just previously judged, I've got the top 10 exhibitors here, and I'm going to read them off accordingly. 10th place went to Cooper Davis. 9th place was awarded to Bo Anderson. 8th place was shown by Rayleigh Walker. 7th place went to Sarah Foster. 6th place was shown by Gabriela Salazar. 5th place was exhibited by Rylan Nevis. 4th place was shown by Carson Clift. 3rd place went to Hallie Heinrich. 2nd place was awarded to Leighton Phillips, and our class winner in class number 102 of our crossbred market barrows was shown by Carter Bosworth of Monday FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. Our second place winner, Miss Leighton Phillips, was also the winner of our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion, and the breeder of that show hog was Lintner Show Pigs out of Comfort. Congratulations to the Lintner family, and y'all are kicking some tail out here with the Certified Texas Bred. Congratulations, and want to wish you guys all the best of luck, and all you Texas breeders and all you breeders from up north that have had some really good success here. I know several of you guys have done very well here, and I want to give you guys a shout out as well. So welcome to San Antonio Market Barrows Show. We are in class number 103. Stay tuned. Looks like we have 9 pinned back, 10 actually pinned back so far, 11 now. They're coming out of the woodwork, so this is going to go a little bit quicker because we do not have to classify these barrows. There is no breed characteristic classifications for crossbred because they are a combination of 2 breeds put together, possibly 3 even, and so forth. So there's no really breed characteristics you have to vote on. What they do have to do, though, is weigh them, and sometimes that takes a little while because they want to make sure the scale is cleaned off and zeroed out on every one of these hogs because we want to make sure you get a fair weight evaluation. Say you turned in your card at 280, you can weigh up to 290, but no less than 270. Stay tuned, and I'll kind of go in more elaboration about that. Wayne, I will tell you, this is an extremely, extremely deep set of Barrows here in this class. I went down there and looked at them and checked them out. Pinned back a total of, I believe, 19 to 20, possibly 20.
And they've
already pinned back. They've already pinned back 9. And relatively quickly, for those of you who've been watching. But now we're really starting to turn up the heat. Now we're getting to those bigger weighted classes. You know, being class 103, our weight ranges from 281 to 284 and 42 total head, which is a good-sized class. 3 more classes to judge after this one, but I will tell you the depth of quality in this class, and you should be able to tell as well how deep it is once we get these Barrows back out again.
Yes, this is the cutoff, this class 103 for the Division 3. So class 101, 102, and then this class will
make up your Division 3.
Division 3.
Young man just got pinned back in the light blue here. He's got his shirt halfway unbuttoned over here. It looks like maybe one of the buttons popped off, but I'll tell you, I bet he's cold because it's really cold, and I'm layered up, so I can only imagine.
I've got gloves on. My hands are cold.
Mine are too. I stubbed my finger on the fence a while ago, and it's still throbbing.
Yeah, that gate was pretty hard to open the latch.
I'm sure they have some WD-40 somewhere in the barn.
Oh yeah, it cures a lot.
I can
of
get with
things.
Ryan and Terry later and tell them about it. Be like, hey, y'all need to fix this. But we are at we're rounding up the show here at San Antonio.
On the completion of this class, we only have 3 more classes to finish up for our 76th annual Junior Market Barrow Show, and it has been a outstanding one.
So they're going to pull them out one at a time here again after they did the double sword here, which is good, you know, with this kind of quality. And I anticipate he'll kind of do the same thing where he pins a few back.
I tell you, this class here, I'm seeing a lot of depth in these top. Top end.
That's kind of what I was telling you. I said once we get them back out, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. It's a very deep class. Went ahead and pinned the young man back in the blue and the black vest here pretty quickly.
Yeah, you were definitely right. Yeah, I look at these.
Young lady with the white Barrow is going to get pinned back as well.
The heat's been turned up here in this 103 class.
Yes, it has. Another young lady's pinned back here I think in the all black. She's getting pinned back. She'll be the 3rd one pinned back here. Have 2 more to pull back out here. And 1 more now after this young man. But he's pinned back 3 so far for the top end of this class, and then I believe he'll start judging them once he grabs the buttons. Those of you who don't know what the buttons are, they are little poker chips that have your placing on them. It helps, number 1, the ring help know what pin to put you in, but also what rosette to give you, and you trade the button back for the rosette. So
Pin the young lady in the black sweater here.
Yes.
With her Hampshire
with the white scarf. She'll be the 4th one pinned back. And they're going to double check here just to make sure.
They'll probably go the top 5, I think, here, probably. Or they might end up with the 4. They're conferring presently to see, I think, how they want to do the final evaluation here of these top 10.
Went ahead and pinned this other young lady back. That's 5 now. Young man in the vest will be 6th. Now we're going to start placing 6th, 7th, and 8th. So that young man got a sail hole here at San Antonio. He is the final one that gets a sail hole in this class. He'll be 6th. The young lady in the light blue will be 7th, I believe.
So he's giving buttons out on 7th then at this time?
I believe so. I think he's looking for it right now.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure he gives her the right one.
They're conferring here looking for the 7th.
Maybe they didn't get it back. Up.
I think she'll be 7th, yes. Young lady in the green will be 8th. Young man will be 9th, and the young lady in the red will round out the class in 10th. Now we're going to pull these other 5 individuals back out and place 5th up to 1st in class number 103. This is the last class of Division 3 crossbreds. Then we'll start our Division 4 crossbreds starting with class 104. Young lady with the white sweater will be 5th. Young lady in the all black will be 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 here. That would be the young lady in the black with the leopard bow, and the young lady with the white barrow, and the young man with the black vest. Young lady in the blue will be 3rd. Now we're down to our top 2 in this class. Here we go. Young man is going to be 2nd. The young lady in the black will be your class winner in class 103. Congratulations to these top 10 individuals in a very, very competitive class here of Crossbred Barrows. Let's hear from Mr. Will Hilty.
As we get into this particular class, Ben and I agree that fits together pretty logically. The young lady right there in the blacks got our class winner, and he surfaces for us relatively quick in this particular setting. I think when you're off to the side view profile of him, that's a really attractive one up through his head, neck, and then the way it attaches to his body of the initial pair. He comes with more just substance and bone, particularly when you study his forearm and go to the ground. You get on top of him, he's sharper about his edges, just got more expression and ditch working down his top. He stays comfortable out of his rear leg. Just one that really balances up well, maybe doesn't blow you away in any one particular area, but we thought that he needed to be the choice in this particular class. The one that comes next, really wide, true, and square off of both ends of his skeleton, takes a good step, stays out on the corners in terms of squareness. He's not as attractive attractive up through his head, neck, and front 1/3 of his body. And then when I get right up on him and compare him to our class winner, it gets a little more vanilla, a little blander in terms of just his muscle shape. I've got to give him sharper edges. I've just got to give him more groove working down his top. Young man does a nice job of getting that one presented. Really good skeleton. White one comes out next. A pig that gives you an awesome look from the side view profile. Really sharp through his head and neck and front 1/3 of his body. He's loose hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. He's got a big rear leg that stays comfortable and square. It's just real plain and simple. He's got to be bulkier through his forearm. He's got to be bulkier through the center portion of his body. He's just going to have more physical feel to get any higher in this particular drive. A black-headed one, one that comes next, offers some far-reaching pieces in terms of just width of chest and bone and feature. He gets a little longer bodied out here, and as a result, maybe just doesn't come with as much punch through the middle section of his body. But more importantly, for Ben and I both, he's just got to hinge more comfortably. He's got to stay more collected in terms of the way he wants to go out of his hip and rear leg. But certainly admire that one again, just from a bone and stoutness perspective. He brings a lot of good to the table. Really neat looking one comes next in terms of skull shape and extension through the front 1/3 of his body. It gets a little more vanilla in terms of just muscle and width when you get right on top of him. He's got a good, again, good look through the front 1/3 of his body. His undoing for us is he just wants to pull apart too much there at his ham-loin junction. He just wants to become too tight and restricted as he hinges out of his hip and rear leg. Really fresh-ribbed, fresh-centered one comes next. He wants to run out a rear bone just a shade, and then from a side view profile, wants to get maybe just a little crestier there at the top of his neck and his head. But again, where we need to change him is just length of hip and rear skeleton. The way it fits together and works needs to be a notch better for us. Really good profile, and one comes next. Tall-shouldered, flat-backed, gives you a good silhouette from the side view profile. He just needs to be entirely wider from end to end. Really good class once again to work through. Young people have done an awesome job out here this morning. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Well, that concludes our final class of the Division III Crossbred Market Barrows. Moving on to our last and final division selections. That would be classes 104, 105, and 106. We are currently sorting class number 104, and there are 43 total head in this class. And weight ranges on these market barrows goes from 285 to 290. One thing I can tell you, the heat really turned up on those top two there in that class, and there was some bits and pieces in those other classes, but as a whole, it was a very, very deep set. I would anticipate these last three classes, there's going to be a lot of heavy hitters, or as Dad calls it, there will be a lot of horses out there, even though we are at a pig show. But I know what he means. I think we all do know what he means. So here shortly, I should have the top 10 placings, and I'll read off our certified Texas bred class champion as well from our class we just judged, which was class number 103. Want to thank Taylor Fort Webcasting and Taylor Fort and his crew that are out here. I had Taylor on the podcast yesterday and kind of interviewed him a little bit and kind of gave you guys a background of what he does and what it takes to get everything right and get you guys these wonderful views that we get of the stock show here at San Antonio. They put a lot of time into it, a lot of very expensive equipment, but he has these girls trained in 3 hours, and some of them have never been to a pig show, but it's amazing, and it shows you the leadership of him and being able to show them angles and how to walk. The girls are athletes out here walking backwards, sideways, front, back, and trying to dodge pigs and judges to get you these angles. So I know y'all can't really see that, but it's amazing to watch these girls out here working on such a short time frame. They're mainly internships that come in here, these young ladies that want to pursue a career in this and maybe not pursue a career, but they want to come out here and help. And Taylor really does a phenomenal job. And I want to thank you guys for tuning in to support these kiddos, no matter where you're at. If you're at work, home, trying to stay warm out here in this cold weather that I think the country's gotten, we want to welcome you to the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. 3 more classes to go. Looks like we have a couple pinned back so far, several more to sort through. Once again, there are 43 total head in this class. We're getting up into the big weights now. These are the big boys in the crosses. Hey, get up for a minute. I'm going to interview. All right, as we're starting to judge this class number 104, once again, 43 total head in this class, and we've got about 8 or 9 pens so far. I anticipate a really deep set of hogs here in this class as well. But while we're doing this initial sort, I've got Mr. Wade Lowry with me. Wade is a parent of some kiddos that show, and I kind of told Wade this back in Wave 1. I said, I want to bring you up here and get a parent's perspective. So, Wade, kind of tell us a little bit about yourself, bud.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's just a blessing to be here, a blessing to be in San Antonio watching this stock show and being a part of this great stock show. We've this is our 8th year. We've kind of always bought hogs just from friends of families and kind of got into some big groups, and we're just here showing great livestock. So for us, we don't care what color it is as long as it has 4 legs and a snout. So
there you go. So you mentioned the word family, and we've talked about that on the podcast. You know, it's a team effort. It doesn't matter if it's blood or friends of family, because I know we both probably have some family who are not blood related somewhere in there. So tell me a little bit about the family aspect and kind of what it takes from a parent's perspective to try to get this kid, number one, involved and teach them these principles and all those different things that people don't get to see behind the scenes here.
Yeah, so when you speak of that, it just gives me great goosebumps, because for us as a family, after all the homework and our kids rodeo, and after they get done riding, we sit in the barn, we put jam out the music, we just go to town. And to me, that's what it's about. Like we're laughing, we're judging livestock, we're weighing pigs, we're cleaning pens as a family. People don't realize it is a true family affair. Mom shovels pens, I bring in the skid steer. My son shovels pens. We don't allow any of our hands to go into the big barn, because that is truly our place, right? So that no hired help goes in there of any of our farm hands. And for us, it's just a family atmosphere of just talking, laughing, jamming out to some rap music, some good old country music. But when you really talk about family, when you have to feed, this morning when it's cold before school, or when it's 100 degrees outside and you got, summer Barrows and it is miserable and you're just trying to keep these things alive, that's when you truly rely on just a family atmosphere. My son told me, hey, Dad, I think a pig's sick, or hey, this one's not drinking. Or the girl's saying, hey, Dad, I'm having issues walking this barrow. And we get out there, it's just not the kids doing it all, which we understand it is a kid's project, but it really is a family project if you want to be successful in this.
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask you, did you ever grow up showing pigs?
I grew up showing pigs, but just in the county level. We had a really blessed county level down in Kingsville, the Claiborne-Kennedy County Livestock Show, and really put just a big step forward in my progression into A&M, where I attended college, and that's how I met the people I kind of run with today. Was through wool judging and then livestock judging that day.
So you actually judged livestock?
I did in high school, and then I got to college, and I realized I wasn't that good at it. So I guess I went to drink some more beer than
and that does happen. We've all been there, done that in college, and it's a way to grow as an individual and figure out who you are as a person too. And these stock shows you see. I guess one of the hardest things to see, and I've got a 10-month-old at home, Wade, and I'm going to ask you some advice here on this. It's always good to give your kid a praise when they win. And I know we all want our kids to be successful, whether it be in this ring or outside of this ring, more importantly outside the ring. But what are some things that you have to deal with as a parent, and how do you approach things? Say your kid, is real high on an animal and they don't get, number one, maybe the placing they want, or they get sifted. How do you approach your kid and get them to stay on track and stay focused for, hey, we have the next one kind of mindset?
Yeah, so my wife and I are kind of big mindset people in that aspect. It's almost like it's a Navy SEAL to embrace the suck. It's kind of what we do in our family. And then when we come back from a show or a rodeo or a football game, we always, one thing we liked, one thing we change, and one thing we do better. And so we always ask our kids things like that. So to challenge them to be better. But you got to remember, a placing for somebody is a win. To get to the SIF ring is a win. There's a lot of different wins. So judge your wins, set your goals, and we always do family goal dinners. We always have livestock goal dreams, and we put this on our board in our house so we see these, and we hold our kids accountable. That is the biggest deal, I think, for us as a parent, is to hold these kids accountable, and ourselves. If we want to deliver on something, we need to deliver on it and give it to the best of our abilities.
Practice what you preach kind of attitude.
But embrace the suck for real, because it does suck most of the time.
It's funny you say that, because my father-in-law is a Navy guy, and he did some very cool things when he was in the Navy, but he has that bracelet on every day. He's got the POWMI stuff on all across his deal. He's in construction, so he's built probably 4 of the 6 tallest buildings in Austin currently.
That's cool.
And every one of it has MIA up there and the American flag, and then he's got the bracelet that says "Embrace the Suck," and he holds that true. He's like, Landon, it doesn't matter what you're in life, embrace the suck, because not everything comes easy. If everything came easy, none of us would be doing what we're doing out here.
No, because most of this livestock is you're not going to win. I mean, it's the right day, the right time, the right judge, just the right animal. That like you said, like I was listening to you earlier, being cold. Well, maybe you've been in a barn kept for the whole time, or we're open air, so we're good. There's just so many variables. That's why I love it.
Yeah,
because the variables are all there. It's like gambling, and I love to gamble because life is a game for sure.
It is, and like you said here, it's all luck. These top 10 individuals we've talked about in our podcast, Wade. There's some 10th place hogs out here in this crossbred deal that were probably the grand champion of their county level. That's how
all day
how deep of quality we have in these livestock animals. I'm going to ask you this too on when it comes to livestock. Say you have a parent that has some young kids, and the kid approaches their parent and says, "Hey, Mom, Dad, I think I want to show pigs. I think I want to show cattle. I think I want to show chickens." What would you tell that parent, that might be on the fence about, I don't know if we can handle this, or, obviously finances come into that as well. But what would you tell that parent to kind of get them started when it comes to showing livestock?
So just to give you an example, yesterday we were sitting in the show ring, and there's a young lady that walked by us, and her skin and hair was on point, right? And the pig was okay. She got sifted. And so I turned around, and I found her, and I said, "Hey, if you need help, here's my number. You look like you give a damn," and that's a big deal for us. Is that as long as you put in the effort, people are willing to help you. So for someone that wants to go and try this out, find somebody that's winning or find somebody that's placing, find them, talk to them. Most people are going to help you in this industry, and I hope they do, because that is a blessing to pass on to other generations too. Just get the burning passion and desire of someone help me, in 20 years from now, you get to help them. So for us, we help as many people as we can, and we do it logically. But also for someone wanting to start, I think you need to give them the real numbers. I think some people, miscalculate. We got to go buy these really expensive animals, but let's start at the county level. And let's try a local show. And then if you're in Houston, and let's try the Houston Stock Show as our major. If you live around the San Antonio area, start that. So I always say we started small, and then we realized what we didn't know. And then we got in with some people like the Dudleys, and we just started talking to people about show hogs. And people really will talk about their passion. And passion is key. People that are passionate will always help other people, and that's what we're going for. And so when I tell family, budget, yes, but also understand it is a true family event. And when we say that, like, it is a true family deal. And the longest time I didn't think that. I was like, well, my son's got it. He's going to do it all. Well, then I realized we're getting overwhelmed. He's underwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. And so when we started bringing in the family and my wife coming in, and she's the horse lady, and just bringing that aspect, she's like, I can work hard. And so she'll come in and help clean pens during the day when we're homeschooling. So, like, those are just issues that everybody pitches in, and she's on the sidelines and the back lines, but she's on the lines with us, and that's a big deal for us.
Well, and you talk about, that kind of aspect. We always talk about, and I live by this, pay it forward. So you think about all the people that when we were showing who were in the ring helping out. We talk about the 7,000 volunteers that make up the San Antonio Livestock Show, but even at the county level, and you don't see that much anymore, but if we teach our kids the right way, like, hey, there was somebody who was in your shoes who is now in the ring helping out, you need to pay that forward. And just like out in the grandstands, you talk about families working together and helping each other. That's what is so beautiful about this industry. And I played, I played sports, and I love playing sports, don't get me wrong, but I didn't have the same support as I did here in the livestock show world. There would be people who came up to me, Wade, that I knew nothing about them. They didn't know who I was, but they're like, hey, your pig, can you clean that off? Or here, let me get you a spray bottle. You don't have a spray bottle. They didn't know me. They didn't have to do that. But yet they just felt obligated to say, hey, I want to help you. That you don't find that in many industries in this world.
No, not at all. And it's like the gate help here. Like, this young lady walking in just saying thank you for opening the gate. Like, it's those little things that drive somebody to keep serving, right? And most of these people have servants' hearts, and that's what they're here for. But also these young kids see that, and they see the people just going and volunteering. Volunteering is a huge deal. If you can't give them money, give of time, give of your time, it's a big deal for people to do that.
Well, and that's one thing I've said over and over again on the podcast. So I guess this is our 4th year doing this, Wade. I tell people the greatest gift you can ever give somebody in this world is your time, because it's only yours to give, and you never get your time back.
Amen to that, man.
And nothing against money. Heck, we all love money when we can have it, but if you can give somebody your time, That is probably the greatest gift and knowledge you can ever give somebody, and that's what I try to instill in these young people. And I know you do as a father and as a leader of this industry. Those are things to keep in mind. For those of you tuned in at home, if you can give somebody your time and your knowledge and help them and pay it forward, that is one of the greatest things you could ever give anybody.
And again too, like just sharing your faith too with people, just
Yes,
what God
absolutely.
has done for us and blessed us, and every time we go into the ring, we pray, and I think that's a huge deal for a lot of these families, because it is a lot of luck and faith, and it is a lot of blind faith, and it's having just this idea that we're going to take this pig 7-8 months ago, and we're going to hope to get it all the way here. And that is a feat in itself when you really think about it, man. So
yep, you roll the dice, but hey, it is well worth it, and all the memories you can make here. Wade, I really appreciate you coming up, my friend. Is there anything else you want to touch on while you're up here?
No, man. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for San Antonio. It's a hell of a run livestock show. It's deep this year. It seems a lot deeper this year than any other year, I think, so far. I know the numbers are somewhat down, but I know just
the quality is there.
Quality, as they say, is rank. It is really ranked, man. It's stacked in. So and I'm excited. We made some sales spots, and we're blessed to come back, man.
Well, good deal, man. Well, thanks for joining us here today.
Dude.
And if you ever need anything, man, you know where to find me.
Okay, thank you guys. Have a great day.
See you, Wade.
Thanks, man. Yeah, dude.
Well, another really good class, and honestly, this top pair complement each other well, or they both bring some parts and pieces to the table. A lot of fun to get together with Ben and discuss this pair of Barrows, because we think these are both very high quality. The young lady that's got the off belt that is our class winner, man, that is a big, fresh, rolled up back. He's a barrow that gives you a good look from the side view profile. He's longer and leveler out of his hip, and where we thought maybe he had a decided advantage over our class winner, he ties better through his ham-loin junction, and then you just study the way he utilizes his rear leg. He stays more comfortable, he stays more within himself, he just uses his rear skeleton with more flex and authority. He's not just overblessed in terms of bone and feature, and we thought that's what made it close, but it certainly matches him and fits him. That's a really kind of good kind of a show barrow to win this particular drive. The one that comes in too, I'll be honest with you, back in the SIF pen, this one's got some outlying pieces that they kind of send chills down a guy's back. Heavy boned. He's as heavy skeletoned as any pig that we've seen thus far today. When you're off to the side view profile of him, he wants to wrinkle too much right there through his ham-loin junction, and then you step right in behind him, especially when he gets going at a little bit quicker pace there. He just wants to search too much outside of his body. We've got to collect him and just reorganize him in terms of his hip and rear leg. But man, the hog breeder in me appreciates the outlying pieces of that one. Be fun to find out at some point how he's bred, because what he's got is big league. We just need to tweak him in an area or two. This young lady does a great job, skin and hair preparations, very good. That was a very good pair to go 1 and 2. My compliments to the young people. The one that comes next rivals both of them, really, just in terms of shape and muscle. When you get right on top of him, he's a really fresh-backed, well-prepared, well-presented kind of an individual. When you're off to the side view profile of him, he gets a little longer bodied. As a result, that kind of wants to throw him out of balance just the shade. We got to give him a bigger arm. We've got to make him a shade better there as he goes to the ground up front, but certainly like just his skeleton, his shape and muscle. The pig that comes next is one that continued to grow on me the longer we drove this individual. I like him from a proportionality standpoint. His length to height ratio is good. He's good in terms of shape and muscle when you get right on top of him. In comparison to the initial trio, he's a little thicker right there at the top of his crest and his pole, and then he's one that just wants to swivel out of his hip and rear leg. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven out here. My compliments to her. The one that comes out of 5, a really tough built, heavy duty one. Certainly like him from that standpoint. He's so stout about his skull and jaw. He's got a big arm. It gets a little more general in terms of his look through the front 1/3 of his body. He's crestier at the top of his neck. He's a little deeper and thicker through the base of his throat. We've just got to extend him through his front 1/3 and also maybe make him go with just a little more athleticism out of his rear too. Blue one that comes next gives you a really good look from the side view profile in terms of extension and presence up front. I've always been a sucker for a good blue one. Certainly like this one in terms of just color pattern, markings. We need to give him more shape and turn to his loin edge, and then just maybe stouten him up a bit in terms of bone perspective. We continue to work through the rest of this class. Thought it was one of the deeper classes we've had here in a moment to work through. So compliments to the young people. Let's put our hands together as they head back to the barn.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
We've just completed Class 104. We're on to 105 currently. If you've just now joined us, we have 42 head in this class. The weight ranges are from 291 to 299. Again, there's 42 head in this class. Looks like we've got 2 that I see so far that's pinned back. Another really nice class of crossbreds in 104. We just have this class and one other, and we will have completed all classes of this 76th Annual Junior Market Barrow Show. Our first wave, we had over 1,500 head. We had 42 classes in that first wave that these judges went through. In our second wave, we had 800 that showed up, and made up of 22 classes total. And yesterday they went through between 500 and 600 head, and about the 500 head that is. And we today they'll be finishing up with about 262 head to be exact, the last 2 divisions of our show of the crossbreds, that being Division 3, Division 4. As I mentioned, we're on Class 105, and we just have one more class, and that'll end up being the conclusion of our class or Division 4 division. Then they'll bring out all 2 divisions, the 3rd and the 4th. Yesterday afternoon, they named the champion and reserve champion lightweight and class 2 division, and today they'll bring those 2 back, name Division 3 champion in reserve and Division 4 champion in reserve. Then they'll have them all out there, all 4 divisions, for naming the champion crossbred or other cross, however you want to take it. The others were dark crosses, so these are just crossbreds here. And they'll name the champion in reserve of this breed. And the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship. We talk about scholarships here at San Antonio, and they had a real foresight of starting these scholarships years ago. It started in 1984. The first scholarships they ever gave at all was totaled a mere 15 of them, totaling about $90,000. In today's time, they're between last year, just to show you, and it was not only scholarships, we're talking auction, premiums, endowments, and all of that. They did $12 million in total dollars. And then from the inception, they're up to $267 million in total dollars that they've given out in all of these different areas, premiums, auctions, scholarships, everything, to further educate our kids. And what an outstanding job they've done to do this and help further educate our young people.
Sorry, Wayne, the line of the coffee was a little bit longer. Got held up there.
I see you got the placings and results of 104,
Yes, I sure do. And as we sort Class 105 here, I'm going to go and read off those top 10 placings, including the Certified Texas bred from both 104, and then I also have it for 103. So I will get to those here in just a moment. But our 10th place in class number 104 went to Jackson Wyatt. 9th place was awarded to Natalie Cockrell. 8th place was shown by Katie Braden. 7th place went to Archer McMillan. 6th place was awarded to Sam Lawrence. 5th place was shown by Bella Parker. 4th place went to Riley Shacker. 3rd place was shown by Heaton Woodson. 2nd place was shown by Katie Wagner. And our class winner in class number 104 was exhibited by Camlin Mason of Montgomery County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. And Camlin, our class winner, was also the exhibitor of our Certified Texas bred in that class. And the breeder of that hog was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery. In class number 103, Hadley Dickinson was the certified Texas bred winner. She was the class winner as well. And the breeder of that one is IDK Genetics Amarillo, or I would assume that stands for I Don't Know Genetics. I think that's hilarious. I think it's awesome. Congratulations to both of those certified Texas bred class champions and breeders. Moving on now to class number 105. Looks like we have 7 or 8 pinned back so far. Those of you just now tuning in, our lead judge here today for our crossbreds is the same one as yesterday, Mr. Will Hilty, and our secondary evaluator is Mr. Ben Boble. Have one more class to judge after this one, y'all, and then that concludes our Division III and Division IV crossbred classes. At the conclusion of the next class, which is 106, we will bring our first places out and judge for our Division III and Division IV champion and reserve champions. At the conclusion of that, we will bring our Division I and Division II champion and reserve champions back out today that we judged yesterday, and bring our Division III and Division IV champion and reserve champions out for a chance at the champion and reserve champion overall crossbred Barrow. Once we conclude that, we'll know kind of more when they're going to do the grand drive. And I know everybody's excited to watch the grand drive here at San Antonio. A lot of really, really good hogs in each one of these respected breeds. And they are the top. They are the best of the best of each one of their respected breeds. Stay tuned and we'll keep y'all posted. What they've been doing so far has been pinning between 16 and 25 per class, and sometimes they'll do a double sort depending on the depth of quality and the numbers they keep back. And we'll kind of give you a play-by-play as that goes on to keep you guys in tune with what is happening. Looks like the guys are out in the big arena now for a secondary evaluation of some that Mr. Boble ended up keeping back after Mr. Hilty looked at them for a chance to potentially get pinned in this class. Mr. Hilty's taking a look at them right now. Stay tuned. I don't know for sure. There still might be some being weighed down here, but this might be the least amount of pigs he's kept back in any one of these classes today. I believe he only has 14 pinned back. They're going to pull them out one at a time here. And if he really likes your hogs, he'll repin you for a chance at a top 10 placing. I see 15 now that they pinned back from the initial first sort. Well, there might be a few more still getting weighed. Sometimes it gets backed up on the scales because they want to make sure they're cleaned off and zeroed out for each one of these kids. Give everybody a fair chance to walk the scale. They got to weigh within 10 pounds of their respected weight card on the upper or lower end of the spectrum. So stay tuned and we'll keep you posted, but they're pulling them out one at a time as we speak. Hasn't pinned any back yet. Excuse me. That's stock show crud. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's got to run its course just like anything else in life. But I'd rather get it out of the way now. I went and I call her the witch doctor. She gave me a honey remedy and warmed up the honey. It was really good. Kind of cleared the throat out and the sinuses. Some people result to something much stronger, but with what we're doing here today, coffee and cough drops and emergency, and I don't have any Ibamec with me, but we're going to make it work. It's good to be here. Looks like they pinned back a couple pretty quickly here. The young lady in the yellow was pinned back, and young man with the longer blonde hair over here in the light blue, he's, I believe, getting pinned back now. Just pinned the young man back in the blue vest here. It'll be the third one pinned back now. So Mr. Helty's telling these individuals, hey, please stay on this side of the ring so these other individuals have a chance to show and not get crowded up here. And that's just a respect thing, young people. You had your chance to show, and you don't want other pigs right around you while you're trying to show and get crowded up. And it's just trying to keep the playing field equal here. Just pin the young man in the lavender back pretty quickly, and that'll be the fourth one pinned back here. And it looks like he did end up keeping like 17, so they were just kind of tied up on the scales, and that does happen. Making sure the scales are good to go. I want to thank Mr. Bo Sanders for being here and making sure the scales are clean and balanced and everything else around the ring. And a lot of people don't know this. He cleans them around, not just in the where you get judged, but also around the barn as well, to make sure that everybody's has a clean scale and all that stuff. So I want to give a shout out to him and Paul Scales, one of the greatest scales, if not the best scale company in the United States when it comes to making really good, high-quality scales. And those of you who don't know, he's going to be at the Murdoch's booth. So on Friday, he's selling these scales at a discounted rate. They've barely been used, only at this show. So if you're looking for a new scale, or it's relatively new scale, I would say using it one time, that's pretty new to me, considering we've had our Paul scale since my dad was showing, and it's just as good as when he first bought it. That was a long time ago, way before my time. But what a wonderful scale that is, and it just goes to show you the quality of that company and their scales. But more importantly, how great the people are to work with that work for Paul Scales. Sorry, y'all, that crud. Stock show crud. Little dust bunnies. Looks like we have 7 pinned back so far. They'll probably, I anticipate them pinning 3 more, but I could be wrong here. They might do a double sort, or they might just place 3. We're going to find out here in a minute. Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble are talking about it right now, and we'll just see what they end up doing here. Went ahead and pinned the young lady in the yellow. She will be the 8th one pinned back. We need 2 more pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing here. Top 10 get beautiful rosettes. Top 6 in each one of these crossbred classes make the sale, but only 10 get rosettes. So there'll be some left standing out here, but what a deep class this is. It's nothing to shake a stick at for you young individuals who don't get pinned. Just know that this is a very high-quality class, and pin the young lady in the teal and the young lady in the dark blue, I believe. That's the 10th one pinned back. And we're going to excuse these other individuals out of the ring, wish them the best of luck down the road.
So bring me up to speed here. I ought to take a little coffee break here.
Well, like I just said multiple times, I'll fill you in, Mr. Rhodey. We are down to the top
Looks
10.
like we have 10 out here.
Yeah,
but they
top
hadn't
10.
placed them at this point. Awesome.
Yep. For those of you who've been tuning in this whole time, you know what's going on. We'll fill Mr. Rhodey in here. We've got, trying to save my voice over here, Wayne. By goodness, we've been talking about the stock show crud.
You don't give it to me. I've been pretty good this whole time, which is a rare change for me.
Yeah, it is. You've gone to a few more than I have, though, too. So you've had your chance. You already got it at another show that you went to. I know that.
Absolutely.
So it's my turn.
Yeah, you can have it.
And
Some
for
really
those of you who
nice
don't,
Barrows,
for those of you who
these
don't
two.
know, the stock show crud, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when you're going to get it. That's just how it works. But we wouldn't trade what we're doing for the world out here supporting these kiddos. What they're going to end up doing is pulling them out one at a time, and they'll probably pin each one of these back one at a time. Yeah, a really wide base one just came out. He's repinning this
Really
young
wide
man.
stepping from behind.
Okay, I hear it.
All right, as we're evaluating these top individuals here in class number 105, this is our second to last class. I have a very special treat for y'all. I have Miss Reese Sagabell up here with me. And for those of you who don't know, she actually lives right down the road from me, and she is a senior. So, Reese, tell us where you go to school. Tell us a little bit about you.
So I'm a senior at Fredericksburg High School right now. I've lived in Fredericksburg my whole life. It's a really neat town to grow up in, especially if you're going to be in the livestock industry, because there's so many people there that do the stock show and all the livestock and agricultural industry, and that's what kind of brought me into the stock show industry.
So what are we going to do after high school? Have we thought about where we're going to go next and where are we going to do?
Yes, so after high school, I've already applied and got into Texas Tech. I went up there and I loved the campus and just the atmosphere in the community. And when I get up there, I'm going to study ag economics and ag business, especially since I don't kind of know exactly what career I want. I feel like it's a pretty broad major to have.
And, I'll tell you, you warmed my heart. I'm a Red Raider. So, I started off in animal science, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I knew I wasn't going to do anything in, veterinary or anything like that. But it literally is an opportunity for you to just grow as an individual and learn who you are. And it's a matter about getting that degree, and you can go into any field you really want to. So I'm excited you're going to Tech. Reese, one thing we've recapped a lot about this, and I feel like we all get lost in this sometimes. People make it so much about the animal, but it's so much more than that. We're trying to get back to, and I've talked to several breeders and several judges, and I've actually talked about this to Ben and Will. We want to make it about you guys. Like, at the end of the day, the pig's going to come and go, but the kid's going to continue to grow. Come and go, the kid's going to grow. So I want to make this about you, my dear. This is all about you, because the kid, you think about your Lintner show team, your Lintner show family, and your FFA community in Fredericksburg. They were cheering you on. They weren't cheering the pig on.
Yes.
And is that right? You got fourth in your class?
Yes, I did.
Hey, you made the sale. That's
yes,
that's a breath of fresh air right there.
Yes.
And that was a very deep class you were in too, as well. Tell me some things that you do to get prepared. Not necessarily. We'll talk about behind the scenes stuff here in a minute, but going to the stock show, getting ready to go in the ring. What are things that you can tell our audience at home that's listening that you do to kind of get ready, get your mind right, get the pig right? What are things you do to get ready to go into that ring?
So it's always kind of a little different based off the pig, but I always just kind of clear my head before I go in. I just take a deep breath, because even though sometimes, even if it is a better pig or one that I know I'm going to have to work a little harder on when I'm showing, it's always nice just to take a deep breath, kind of clear my mind from everything else, and just kind of focus on what I know I need to do and what I've been doing for so long before. And yeah, like I said, it changes from time to time, but just being able to focus and take a deep breath, calm myself down. Especially, I always get so nervous. I used to be so bad.
I was going to ask you, do you still get butterflies?
Sometimes, yes. I've gotten better about it. I used to, when I was younger, my hands would kind of shake. I'd be so nervous, but it's really nice just to take a deep breath and relax.
Well, and that's one thing, those of you at home, if you don't feel, if you're not comfortable being uncomfortable, it takes some of the fun out of when you're successful out there in the show ring, or even when you're not. You get that feeling of a little bit nervous, a little bit, okay, here we go. But that's part of the fun of getting out there and competing out here in the show ring.
Yes, it is.
Just to kind of give you guys a recap while we're talking here, he's placing 5th through 1st here. Okay, Reese, so I'm going to ask you a little bit about behind the scenes, things that the normal person does not get to necessarily see out here. They see you showing, they see how great, and by the way, you are a phenomenal showman.
Thank you.
And truthfully, a phenomenal showman, and that's something that is so important. That'll get you moved up in the class. Tell me some things that you see maybe behind the scenes. Hold on just a second. See, I'm getting long-winded here, Reese. We're going to let him talk real quick, and we'll start back up here in just a second.
Okay.
Well, obviously, if you're ringside, you can tell probably by our body language. One of the deeper classes that we've had the opportunity to work through this far. I think a really, really good class here on the top end. These initial 5 are all very, very good, and we think it's close in a place or two. The young man's Barrow that we kept coming back to, just in terms of silhouette from the side view profile, in terms of look about his head. You think he's just a stouter-headed, stouter-jawed individual that has more punch. He's got more fill in his rear flank. I think there's just more spread and dimension when you get right on top of him. And I think when you just study rear skeleton and cushion to his rear pastern, man, he's just got more cushion and bend. He's got a little agitated maybe here. We drove him a little longer, but we thought just plain and simple, that's the one that combined the most good into a package. The pig that comes into, man, fresh back, to get on top of him, and he is so fresh in terms of his back shape, in terms of his muscle. We like the pig from a proportionality standpoint. When you compare him to our class winner, we thought maybe he ran out of jaw just a bit. He's not as stout jawed, and then he just doesn't hinge maybe quite as comfortably out of just his hip and rear leg, particularly the way he wants to go out of his left rear. That's getting critical of an incredibly good kind of show barrel. My compliments to the young man. He does an awesome job out here. The one that comes in 3, the most impressive one, when you get right on top of him, he is absolutely maxed out in terms of back shape, in terms of width, in terms of dimension. He's another one that just wants to get a little more refined in terms of bone and feature. He's a little plainer about his jaw. He needs to have bigger legs, especially for what he's got up high. It just doesn't match. But again, so impressive when you get right on top of him. Dialed in, presented to a T. My compliments to the young man and his family. The one that comes next, a lot of discussion about this particular barrel. He is one stout-built individual, heavy boned. He's loose and comfortable out of his shoulder. He's loose and comfortable out of his hip and rear leg. Of the initial 4 Barrows, we thought when you get right into him, he's not as good in terms of the outward turn and curvature to his forerib, and then he gets to be the plainest in terms of back shape and muscle, particularly right there along his loin edge as he ties into his hip and rump. But that is a beautiful skeleton, loose hinge one that just stays so comfortable out here. Another awesome job by the young man. The one that comes next, again, absolutely maxed out in terms of shape and muscle, bold-chested, really fresh back. He's another one that he has so much mass up high that we don't know if it quite matches down low. He's got to have more jaw. He's got to have more feature. But again, just a Barrow in terms of shape and muscle up high brings so many things to the table. We just can't get him to balance up quite as well as the ones we have ahead of him. The one that comes next, front 2/3 of this one, I can sure get into. Sharp-headed, big-armed, round-bodied. Another one that, in terms of muscle and shape up high, is so good. He just doesn't ever quite want to get comfortable out of his hip and rump. He's a little shorter and steeper, and then he just kind of wants to swivel and stab as he goes. But man, the front 2/3 of that one are good. Incredible class to work through. We continue to work down through these. Young lady there in the yellow's got a well-presented one that proportions good from the side. He's just got to hinge and go looser out of his hip and rear leg. What a class to work through. One of the deeper classes we've had the opportunity to work through this whole show. Let's put our hands together for the young people.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Now we're good. Sorry, went to a commercial break. So we're going to do a little bit more with Miss Reese here. I'm kind of put her on the spot here. Reese, we talked about what it took for you to kind of get ready once you go in the show ring, but tell us a little bit about what you have to do to get prepared at home that a lot of people don't get to see what you do at home. When nobody's watching, do you make sure you get after it and tell us what you do to get prepared with your animal?
Yes, so to me, the most important thing is just working with them at home because that's what gets them ready. Like, if they come to a show and they're running around, you can tell that nothing's been done with at home. So at home, when we get them, I try to whip train them as fast as I can because that's what'll keep them comfortable and not get grouchy or fight with you. That's the main thing when you're trying to show them. It's always frustrating if you have one that's fighting with you. So just trying to whip train them as fast as I can, but keep your patience with them, especially since they have no idea what's going on either, and try not to get frustrated. And then I'm always out there every single day, and it really helps at school that I have a practicum so I can go and I'm not out there till late at night. But it's not just me. My parents help me so much. While I'm walking or washing, they're helping me clean the pens, keeping them clean, or my dad, he's always the one that helps give the medicine, so the pigs kind of try to stay away from him.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, Henry's coming.
Yes. So it's not just me. And then my aunt and uncle, they're where we keep my pigs. That's where the barn's at, and so they help feed us in the morning, or help feed the pigs in the morning, which makes it easy on me so I don't have to get up so early, go to school. So it's not just me doing everything. I have a whole family and team around me helping me prepare my pigs, helping me feed them, clean them, get the feed, get all the shavings, keep them kind of living their best life.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here, and your uncle and aunt, am I thinking about the uncle that I'm thinking of here?
Yes.
So for those of you who don't know, and please do not judge Reese, she couldn't help it. Her uncle is Russell Canese, and Russell was my ag teacher. And actually, I don't know if you knew this or not, when Russell was in high school, he kept his pigs at the Rhodey Pig Farm, and he worked at the Rhodey Pig Farm all of his high school career, and that's kind of where he got the real bug and niche. And I've known your uncle for a long time, and I've known both your mom and your aunt very long time as well. And Reese comes from a phenomenal family. And I can't say enough about this senior here. I do want to ask you, Reese, if you run across a 5-year-old, 6-year-old who watches you show and just idolizes the way you conduct yourself, and they came up to you and said, Miss Sacabell, I'm thinking about showing pigs. What advice would you give me if I was to show a piggy?
I would say try it out. It's something that will help grow you as a person. I know I've gotten a lot of qualities, and they've helped me grow qualities. And also, this is a big family. We're a big community. There will be people around you that help support you, so it's not just you doing it on your own. It's something that's given me a lot of opportunities. I know that if I didn't show, I wouldn't want to stay involved in the ag industry, like if I just did like FFA contests. But being out here showing and helping some of the younger kids that I know that do show with us, it's really fun seeing them where they first started and where they are now, and how happy they get when they see that they're doing something right or something's going their way. And it's just fun to see how happy they be and how many people are around them to support them.
Absolutely. And you talk about the friendships and memories you make with these individuals. We had what's called Top Judge, and they're bringing all these different judges around the United States to come witness these judges judging and what they can do and making about the kids and all these different things. Kyle Stevens kind of touched on it yesterday for those of you who tuned in. But what these northern people kept saying, they're like, we're not used to this cheering. Every section has a cheering section, and they're not used to that, and they love every minute of it. And I see, like when you showed, we had a bunch of people cheering for you, and Dad and I were too. We had to play unbiasedly here because there's a lot of kids out here, but you saw Dad and I when we gave you a big old thumbs up when you came in the ring. But I'm gonna leave you with one final question here, and it's a big one. And I told you I wasn't gonna tell you what it was. I don't want you to think about it. What has showing done to you to make you a better person?
Showing it's given me a lot of patience, which I did not have before. Sometimes I still kind of lose my patience, but it's really just kind of helped my heart grow because I see the people, the little kids that come through, and they're smiling and they're happy. One of our friends, she did not think she was going to do very good, and she won her class, and the smile on her face was just so heartwarming, and it really makes. I also was not one to like help people or help strangers that I didn't know. And a couple months ago, I helped Mr. Raines, my ag teacher. We did a little show clinic, and just helping those kids really brought me joy because they're the next generation, and they're the ones that are going to keep this tradition going on, especially in Fredericksburg. It's such a tradition to show animals, and we all love it so much.
You're paying it forward already, and that's, Reese, it's such a very unique trait for you to go out there and acknowledge the fact that you're helping these kids and the next generation. You don't see that in people your age anymore, and so I'm very proud of you. I know our whole community is. I've watched you grow up, and I've enjoyed watching in the show ring. I know it's so sad. Soak up every one of these moments at every one of these shows. Don't ever take one for granted, especially this year. But I can't wait to see what you do outside this ring. So thanks for coming up here, my dear, and wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you.
If you just now joined us, we're in our final class of this year's show at 106. And anyway, you just heard a nice interview from Miss Reese Agaville showing her experiences through her barrel showing career and her being a senior and what she's going to do onward in her future endeavors. And so it's nice to have her.
While we're on that topic of I've got the last class. Do you want me to go and read those off real quick? Okay. 10th place went to Braden Satterwhite. 9th place was exhibited by Grace Dean. 8th place went to Allie Hussman. 7th place was shown by Brinley Renner. 6th place was shown by Cameron Clift. 5th place went to Trevor Picota, I hope I said that right, Trevor. 4th place went to Landry Mabry. 3rd place was shown by Mason Albus. 2nd place was exhibited by Mason Grady. And our class winner went to Fisher Waldrop of Dallam County 4-H. congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. And our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion went to our second place, Mason Grady. And the breeder of that hog was Shuley Farms of Fayetteville. Congratulations to that. Say it again.
Sly Farms. Daniel Sly.
Oh, is it Sly? Oh, I'm so sorry, Dad.
Sly.
Yeah, Dad, you know Daniel.
I
I
know
apologize.
Daniel well.
I just happened to look at that. Sorry for butchering that, Daniel. But, hey, dude, congratulations on a very good bear in that class. Moving on to Class 106, Wayne, I'll let you take the reins.
As we mentioned, we're in our final class of this year's 76th Annual Junior Barrow Show. Looks like we have 14, 15 pens so far. The judges have come, but there's probably some in the back yet going through weigh-in and so forth. We've had such a great Barrow show this year. We had over 1,500 head our first wave. Our second wave, we had 800 head in our first wave. The judges went through 42 classes total. In this wave on the 800, they went through 22 classes, this being the final class of this year's show. It's been an outstanding show where these judges have worked with precision, accuracy, and consistency in everything that they've done in the evaluation of these young people. And they've really provided great fairness to each and every one of the young people that showed their barrows out here. Looks like they've exited, asked the kids to exit the ring out here in the big arena. They've done an outstanding job as well. You know, here at San Antonio, as I mentioned earlier in our show, we had 2,300 plus barrows show up here in this year's show, and only 346 make the sale. And that is, the odds are very slim and so competitive. The Barrow Show here is also the second largest auction raising species here at San Antonio. It raised approximately 1.7 million last year in 2024, with the Grand Champion Barrow bringing 81,100, which was more than the year before in 2023. The Reserve Grand brought 55,100. It also brought more than in 2023. So what a great job there. The steers, of course, is the highest amount of money brought in by our auction, almost 2.6 million. Looks like we've pinned back one so far with the young lady with the light blue sweater has been pulled back. Looks like we've had 5 pulled so far for the judges' third evaluation, or second evaluation, that is. Upon completion of Class 106, we will bring out Division 3 and Division 4 first and second places, which we will then name the heavyweight the division champion and reserve out of each of those divisions. And then we'll also bring back the divisions from yesterday, 1 and 2, champions and reserves, and we will name a champion crossbred, which will receive not only the honors of exhibiting and competing in our Ring of Champions, but also they have received a $10,000 scholarship as well. And earlier in the show, we found out additional information, of course, in our Ring of Champions, of ones in the first wave. Those champions and reserves can weigh 23 pounds more than what they turned in when they showed. And then anything shown here in Wave 2 can weigh 15 pounds more than they turned in. So they get an additional 5 pounds on our second wave when they enter the Ring of Champions drive. And our first wave gets an additional 13, making up the 23 pounds I mentioned. So we've got 3 pin backs so far. And the reason for that is having this extra weight is because, these pigs are made to gain. They gain weight. And, every day you try to get, 2 pounds a day gain if you can out of these, and to keep them looking fresh so that everybody has a fair opportunity when they compete in this Ring of Champions for the overall Grand and Reserve Grand Champion honors. Got 4 pinned back so far. The young man in the black vest just got pinned back. Looks like we've gone through 16 so far, and it looks like we have 2 more. So if my calculations are correct, we had 18 that our judges kept back in this 106 class. We've got 5 pin packs so far. Well, we still have more coming, so it looks like we probably had over 20 that they've kept back. What they have to do is we only have 16 pins up front here, so they have to leave the additional barrows they've kept back in the back pins behind us. And then as they empty those pins, then they bring them up. This class 106, of course, has been our largest class of the entire show. We had 49 head that our judges started with in this class. This morning, our judges have gone through, starting at 7 a.m. this morning, they have gone through approximately 262 crosses this morning upon completion of this class. Our judges have pulled back 7. And it looks like we're going to place 8th. So it looks like in this class they didn't go 10 like we did in class 105, but he has asked for the buttons that has the placings on them. Looks like he's going to do some official placing from 8th on to 10th. All 10 of these top 10 will receive a nice rosette. Looks like the young lady in the white sweater received our 8th place. Young lady in the black sweater is our 9th, and a young man in the light blue shirt will be our 10th place. Or wait a minute, they did us. Well, I think that is in the correct order, though. They just had the wrong button, I think. So anyway, congratulations to these. And fortunately, only the top 6 will make the sale. And they're excusing these young people here in the big arena here. They fought hard, worked hard, and as we mentioned throughout our show, every one of these kids, these animals just didn't come self-maintained here. It took countless hours for them in work, morning, evening, not only in their feeding, but preparation of the hair and skin to be able to keep them to this look that you see out here in the arena of each and every one of these barrows being so well presented. We're letting the next one out here, start of our 3rd evaluation.
I'm just listening
We got the second one coming out. If you've just now joined us, we have the top 7 that our judges are going to line up here. They'll let them out. If they do like they've done in previous classes, they will pin some back, sometimes up to the top 3, sometimes the top 4, and then reanalyze them and place them from 7th on up. Looks like we've pinned one back here already. A young lady in the light blue sweater. We've pinned another one back. Looks like the young man in the long sleeve light blue shirt. It looked like we pinned back another young man with a long sleeve blue shirt. He'll be the third one put back. You know, this show has run so smoothly, both first and second wave, and our San Antonio show could not do it without our 7,000 volunteers. We just have a limited amount of staffing that's paid here at San Antonio, but it takes 7,000 volunteers to make this all happen. All of these volunteers donate their time here. They either take vacation or they take time off of their regular jobs without pay to spend time here and put countless hours in helping make this show run so smoothly and help all the young people here, because they know the value of furthering the education of our young people. Looks like they're going to do their top 3 for the final evaluation. They've placed from the bottom up, so they placed 7th and 6th. Now we have 5 and 4 out. Looks like the young lady in the purple was 5th. The young lady in the green sweater was 4th. So they'll let the top 3 back out. What they'll do is both judges will analyze these pigs, and then they'll come back and confer with each other to come up with how they're going to line up these top 3 from 3rd on up to 1st. So the young man was 3rd that had the lightest blue shirt. We got our top 2 bearers here of the final class here, class 106 of our San Antonio Livestock Show.
Well, I think another excellent pair to round out the day with here, and it's fun to come together with Ben. And I walked up and told him what I thought, and he said, "Man, I was just getting ready to say the exact same thing." The wider belted Barrows surfaces to the top, in our opinion, does so pretty handily when you just step back and analyze them from a total standpoint. He's the sharper looking one about his head and neck. He's more appropriate in terms of the angulation to his shoulder. He's more appropriate in terms of his length of hip and just his rear step off his rear too. He's sharper edged when you get right on top of him. What we thought made it close is he's absolutely not the heaviest boned one out here, but we also think he has the advantages everywhere else. The one that comes in too, and as I just alluded to, no doubt that he is the stouty of this particular pair. Stout jawed, big armed, huge rear leg. As we get off to the side and study him, he's a little more propped up about his shoulder and front end. He's just a little tighter hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. And then when I get right into him, he's just not as bold through his mid body. He's not as sharp about his edges, but man, he paints a neat silhouette from the side view profile. And within this initial pair, unrivaled in terms of bone, that's a very interesting animal to go ahead and be two. The one that comes out of three, big chested, really fresh one in terms of just shape and muscularity when we get right on top of him. You study this one's skeleton, particularly his front skeleton, another one that's more upright in terms of his shoulder. He needs more cushion and just give to his front forearm and front foot. As a result, he just kind of wants to search and sway out of his front end. And of the initial trio, we read him to be the tightest in terms of just his forerib. He sits a little higher and tighter in terms of his flank, but man, shoulder blade back, that is a very, very impressive individual. Presented awesome in terms of skin and hair. My compliments to the young man. The one that comes next, a good patterned, a good built one from the side view profile. Got a really stout kind of head, got a big forearm working in him. He gets just a little piecier as you tie him right there through his ham-loin junction. Another one I'd like to give just maybe a little more outward turn and curvature to the midsection of his body, freshen him up just a shade in terms of back shape and muscle when we get right on top of him. Beautifully presented one comes next. Awesome in terms of just his skin and hair. He's a pig from a distance and from a side view profile that gives you an awesome look. He's as extended about the front 1/3 of his body as any of these initial five. It's when I get right up on him, he looks like maybe he's up against it just a little from a weight perspective. I've got to bulk him up. I've got to give him more spread and dimension. But man, that one just gives you an awesome side view profile. Black one that comes next, really fresh backed, muscular one that's good in terms of just depth of rib and midsection of his body. We read him just to be a little tighter hinged off of both ends of his skeleton, particularly his rear skeleton. Kind of wants to duck his pins and camp his rear leg up underneath of him. But my compliments to the young man there on a job well done. We worked through the rest of these, thought it was an excellent class to round out today. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the young people.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
All right, we just got the announcement. So what we're going to do now, just so everybody's on the same page here, we're going to judge for our Division III and Division IV champion and reserve champion, Crossbred Barrow. That is equates from the 6 classes we judged today. We're going to break those up into 3 and 3. The first 3 classes will make up Division III. Second 3 classes will make up Division IV. So the first one we're going to judge is Division III, followed by Division IV, and then we're going to bring all 4 of our division champion Crossbred Barrows back out and select our overall champion and reserve champion Crossbred Barrow. Followed by that, we are going to do the grand overall drive of the San Antonio Market Barrow Show at noon. So the grand drive today is going to start at noon Central Time. I've got the top 10 individual placings from our last and final class of Crossbred Barrows. In 10th place, we had Barrett McDaniel. 9th place went to Gentry Locke. 8th place went to Caitlin Betnars. 7th place was awarded to Hunter Rust. 6th place was shown by Owen Kaminsky. 5th place went to Scarlett Futrell. Hope I said that right, Scarlett. Or Futrell. 4th place went to Aubrey Bunker. 3rd place was shown by Kale Tabor. 2nd place went to Caitlin Play. And our class winner in our final class of Crossbred Barrows was shown by Hudson Heichel of Smith County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Our certified Texas bred was also shown by our 4th place individual, Miss Audrey Bunker, and the breeder of that hog was 10K Genetics. Congratulations to that breeder and that individual for being the certified Texas bred class champion. We are now judging our Division III Crossbred Barrows. Stay tuned.
Well, certainly been a fun morning to work through these last couple divisions across as man. And when we get these 3 class winners back out here, man, what a set of show barrows. Let's put our hands together, congratulate the 3 young people. Awesome job. Ben and I are in complete agreement that when we get them back out here and we study skeletal quality and comfort level, there's one of them that's the best build off of both ends of his skeleton, his shoulder set, and just utilization of his hip and rear leg. Couple that with the fact that we think he's the stoutest featured one, and then when you get right on top of him, he's for sure the best in terms of just shape, spread, and dimension. Young ladies, wide belted, one's your division champion. We dropped that second place barrow out here, and yeah, if you remember back to that class, we talked that pair as being extremely close. The chromed up one comes back out here, and man, he offers some far-reaching pieces in terms of just stoutness and heaviness of structure. We thought in comparison to the one that just wins this division, he was a little piecier in terms of the way everything tied and fit together, but there's no doubt in our mind he's our second favorite. Congratulations.
Well, there you have it. Both the champion and reserve champion of our Division 3 came out of Class 101. Now we're moving on to Division 4 for the selection of the champion and reserve of the of Division 4, and then followed by the overall selection of our crossbred market Barrows here at San Antonio. Then at noon today, we are going to do our grand drive for the overall grand champion and reserve grand champion market bearer here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Currently, we are waiting on all of our last 3 class winners. That would be classes 104, 105, and 106. That will make up Division 4 of the crossbred market bearers here today.
As we get into this final division, Ben and I both think incredibly close decision. We prefer the two young men's Barrows, taking nothing away from the young lady. That's a really fresh, well-presented one. But we think there's just more look and presence ahead of Blade. The other two ahead of their blades. Both of them are wanting to get just a little alley out here. But when we step back and analyze them, the one you just got to ask yourself, is there enough feature? The other one definitely comes with more feature. It gets a little tighter the longer we drive them out here, but we think there's simply more extras in the stouter featured one. He's your division champion.
Your champion Division 4 crossbred comes out of Class 105. Congratulations to him. We're going to bring our second place out of 105 and judge for our reserve champion, Division 4 crossbred bearer here at San Antonio.
Young man's second place comes out here and certainly gets into contention in terms of just proportionality and just the way everything fits together from a side view profile. We talked about how we'd like to stouten him. We'd like to stouten both the Barrows in contention ever so slightly, to be honest with you. When they come right at us, we think there's one that's opened up in his chest just a notch better. He's just got more spread, shape, and dimension when you get right on top of him. That's a young man's heavyweight over here. He's going to be a reserve.
Well, your reserve champion Division 4 crossbred bearer came out of Class 106. Now that we've done and completed our divisions for our crossbreds, we're now going to move on to our overall selection of our crossbred market bearers. That would be your champion and reserve champion crossbred bearer. Pull all Division 1, 2, 3, and 4 champions out, and we will select you an overall champion crossbred market bearer. Here we go. Now we're going to our overall selection of our crossbred market bearer here, our champion and reserve champion. Once we select those two, the grand drive of the San Antonio Market Bearer Show will happen at noon today. Bringing all of our division champions out for a chance to be champion crossbred market bearer. Once again, we had 4 divisions here, so we'll have 4 hogs competing for this very prestigious breed. We're definitely going to have some size factors, so it's good to see these 2 bearers. These 2 bearers came out of the divisions from yesterday's selection.
Yes, the one in the red was out of the Division 1, and the one in the turquoise out of Division 2. This is Division 3 that just came out. Of course, not only are they competing for the breed champion in this and going on to the Ring of Champions at noon, they also, the winner will receive a $10,000 scholarship as well.
All 4 very high-quality market bearers here at San Antonio. Guys really taking their time to make sure that they evaluate each one of these individuals, and I'm pretty sure they're going to land on 2 here that are going to have contention here.
Well, what an awesome crossbred show it's been to work through here the last 2 days. It's as competitive as it's ever been. I'm sure there's disappointed people ringside. Man, I get it. Ben and I, we live it, we eat it, we sleep it, we breathe it. It's hard to win. It's especially hard to win here at San Antonio. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these 4 division winners. There's a pair of them in our opinion that surface to the top, and there's some trade-offs between those 2. There's one for me that from the side view profile just paints an absolutely incredible silhouette. He's so comfortable about his shoulder and slope and cushion to his front knee. You get right on top of him. He's bulky through his forerib and midsection of his body. I think he has maybe just a little advantage in terms of just length to his hip and the way he utilizes his rear skeleton. Again, we think a close decision, but a couple of them out here are our kind. The one we simply like the best, young lady right here.
Well, there you have it. There's your champion crossbred market bearer. I believe came out of Division 2, correct, Wayne? Yeah, Division 2 is your champion crossbred bearer.
Yes, fine.
Miss
Really
Addison
nice
Walser.
hog. That's Rodney Walser's daughter, and Hot Rod Genetics raised it So it's a home raised one.
Well,
For them.
we jumped that or dropped that second place individual back out here, and certainly a nice pig in his own right. There's another one out here for us in terms of this skeletal quality. He's a really heavy boned individual. He maybe had a slight advantage over our champion in terms of width of chest, and man, he is so fresh and shapely when you get right on top of him. Didn't think maybe he was quite as unique looking from shoulder blade forward, but that's getting really picky of one Ben and I like a great deal. Young lady right here is your reserve.
And your reserve champion came out of your Division 3. Your reserve champion, crossbred bearer, came out of Division 3. Congratulations to those individuals. We will start the grand drive at noon Central Time. Thank you for tuning in to Taylor Fort Webcasting, and we'll see you at noon for the grand drive of the San Antonio Market Barrows Show held here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my father, Wayne Rohde, and we will see you at noon.
Hi.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters.
Adams Fab. Adams Fab.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Well, we're almost at high noon here in San Antonio for our 76th annual San Antonio Livestock Show Junior Market Barrow Grand Drive, the Ring of Champions. We've had an outstanding 2 waves here in San Antonio. If you have not joined us throughout our broadcast, we had a little over 1,500 head for our first wave. Had 42 classes. And our second wave, we had around 800 total head with 22 classes in this wave. So our judges, Mr. Will Hilty and Mr. Ben Boble, they did an outstanding job as we let our listeners give our views on that. But they've really did an outstanding job. You could follow them. They put the kids first. They made sure that every kid had a fair opportunity in getting their animals evaluated, and it showed in class after class. And it just showed the character of both of these individuals and how sincere they were in wanting to give each and every one of these young people a fair opportunity. You know, each one of these champions they're starting to get everything lined up here. We're going to line up the champion in reserve of each breed, starting with wave 1. And so we'll line up the Burke, then the Spot, the Poland, Hampshire, Duroc, Dark Cross, Yorkshire, Landrace, and then the last class that we had just a while ago around that 10 o'clock-ish, our other cross class as well, breed. And each one of these individuals will receive or have earned a $10,000 scholarship. And, you know, the great thing about San Antonio is they've worked so hard on this scholarship program. Back in 1984, they only had like 15 total scholarships in the entire show. That was a mere 90,000. Now they have like last year, and this was not only scholarships, this was auction premiums and endowments and all these different things they did, totaled a mere $12 million. And from the inception of when they started San Antonio, they have given to our young people to date $267 million total dollars. And this does not count what we're doing for this year.
Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2 test.
Sorry for the interruption there, but we had to have Mr. Taylor Ford kind of get our announcer here is going to do a biography on each one of our champion and reserves of each of these recipients. So this is going to go direct into where you can hear this firsthand as you're listening and viewing our Ring of Champions. So they'll do this with the kids before they even start showing the animals. So they'll do this presentation of these scholarships and their breed champion awards or reserve breed champion awards that are up here, and then they'll have their animals loaded, and then we'll have the actual drive. So that's what we're going to do first. As I mentioned about the scholarship program, these kids have definitely earned, the champions have definitely earned a $10,000 scholarship. However, if the champions, if they have earned up to $20,000 of scholarships, then they are maxed out. But if I read the rules correctly, then it will go to the reserve champion. That's how I read that, if I read that correctly. But they have to max out at 20,000 in that respect. So it's a great thing that San Antonio does, and in the scholarship program to further education. But of course, as we mentioned throughout our show, some of these breeds we went 6 deep in placings that are actually eligible for the auction. 5th and 6th places that earned auction rights will not walk the stage. They will be considered non-walking lots. But it was because they started this last year so that they wouldn't allow the sale to go so late at night and in the early morning hours. And the first year was last year, went so well, they're continuing that today. But however, your 5th and 6th are guaranteed $1,500, and then anyone can do add-ons to their lots in addition. So it's a great foresight that they did, seeing the need to shorten the sale but still take care of our kids.
Well, looks like we're getting real close to getting started here. We're going to start at high noon today, Central Time for those of you up in the northern states and the eastern part, and 1 o'clock y'all's time, noon Central Time. Now, Wayne, have you talked about what the presentation of the scholarship part and all that stuff yet?
I mentioned that they're not going to show their animals yet, and that they're going to actually do a biography on each of the champions and reserve kids that won these honors, and they'll start with the Berkshire, and basically,
and we'll go in order.
Of
we'll go in order what we
were.
showed. Yeah, and so it's wave 1. We started with our Berkshire breed, and then went on to our spot breed, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Spots, then Poland's, and moved to our Hampshires, Durocs, dark crosses, then Yorks, Landrace, and then crosses. So what they're going to do, they're going to pull them out one at a time, kind of give a bio on each one of these kids. We're going to start with our reserve champions first, kind of go over their stuff and award them and showcase them as an individual. And like we've talked about all week, you know, the means of showing an animal is to spotlight all your hard work you've put into over the past 6 to 8 months with your animal. This is all about the kids, and this is a phenomenal way for them to kind of show the kids off as an individual, away from the pigs, away from the backdrops and everything like that. We are showcasing you, and the spotlight is 100% on the kid, and that's what kind of San Antonio's mission is behind. We're building better kids by coming out here to our show, and they do a phenomenal job at that, and give $10,000 in scholarships to each of the champions, breed champions, that is. And I did talk to Dr. Griffith down there, and I believe that what he was saying, it does move down if the breed champion has received that $10,000.
Now, is it the $10,000 or is it when they max out? That wasn't what I was sure
That's
of.
what him and I were talking about. I was like, if they win a gilt breed and then they win a Barrow breed, because those are both eligible for $10,000 scholarships. If that is if they're capped out, or is it per, if it's boy or girl, kind of thing. Matter if it's a gilt or a Barrow, if there's 20,000 and 20,000, but I think it's a cap out of 20,000 and scholarships
20 total in in competitive events. And this is not only showing animals, but this is like in some of these other judging,
like skillathons and stuff like that.
Like that.
So they cap out at $20,000 in scholarships they can potentially win
per
here at San Antonio.
Per exhibitor.
Yes,
or student.
correct. Yes.
Something else we'll share with you in the bases is these young people that won champion or reserve in the first wave, they are given an additional 13 pounds. So they were able to, whatever they turned in, that totals 23 pounds they have that they can feed their animal up to. And the ones that exhibited today.
Hey, you can talk louder than that one.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what was going on.
No. We're just hanging out. I just gave Paul a thumbs up, as in You ready
the
to
ones
rock and
that-
roll kind of thing.
The ones that showed yesterday and today get an additional 5 pounds to work with as well. So
And that's good. They can fill them up because you think about it.
Absolutely.
Just like as a bodybuilder, when you work out and you get your exercise in, you actually gain weight first before you lose it, if that makes sense. But it allows them to fill them up a little bit more, gives them a little bit
Good
more
afternoon,
room.
everybody.
I think we're ready to get
looks like
started.
we're ready,
Here
so
we go.
And on
Just
behalf of
sit
the
in
Swine
and enjoy.
Subcommittee of the General Livestock Committee of the San Antonio Livestock Exposition, it is my pleasure to welcome everybody here to our 2025 Grand Drive Scholarship Presentation and Award Ceremony for the Junior Market Barrow Show. Yeah, let's clap on that. We're glad to be here. At this time, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Audrey Solis, who's going to say a few words.
Thanks, Paul. My name is Audrey Solis. I am a proud member of our Market Barrow Show Committee here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. And welcome to the 76th annual. We are so excited that you're here. How about these new bleachers? Do we like them? We worked really hard to get them in here for you. I'm sorry. We would like to congratulate all of the exhibitors and their families who helped them get to this point. It really, truly does take a village. And I mean, there's not only families present here. I mean, ag teachers, county extension agents, friends, everybody that really helped these kids get here. Y'all all deserve a round of applause. I'm a firm believer that there really is no better place to raise the future of our agricultural communities than a barn. It really is a good place. And I want to thank all of our wonderful crew of volunteers, first of all, with all of our committee. So every part plays a really integral part in our well-oiled machine here, from our sift pens in the back, our classifying area, the arena, our loadout. I mean, our volunteers do a really superb job, and I might be biased, but I feel like they're the hardest working crew out here. So give them a round of applause, please. And with that being said, we would not be able to get it done without a wonderful crew of interns. I know we have a bunch of schools represented. Blinn, Texas A&M Kingsville, Texas A&M, Texas Tech. We really do appreciate each and every one of you for coming out and doing with us. Oh, and Palo Alto College, they really help us in the back. So they're really, and it's a year on. I mean, they're out here with us year in and year out. So we really appreciate them, and our wonderful crew of superintendents as well. The mission here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication of our over 6,000 volunteers across the grounds, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to Texas youth. To date, San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment totals over $267 million, with more than 19,000 students. Yep, that deserves a round of applause. With over 19,000 students impacted annually, all 254 counties represented, and over 1,500 active scholars. The funds raised through rodeo and other annual events are awarded in the forms of scholarships, grants, endowments, auction proceeds, scramble certificates, and show premiums. And lastly, we know each and every one of you that comes through our barns, y'all all have a choice of major shows to go to, and we really appreciate y'all for choosing San Antonio and coming and spending time with us. We look forward to seeing you guys next year. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
This time, folks, I'd like to recognize a few special guests we have here with us for our awards presentation. First is Mr. Pat Frost, President. We have Todd Fleming, Chairman of the Frontier Club. David Guine from our Scholarship Committee. And Ryan Coble, Chairman of our Livestock Committee. So what do you say, folks? Let's award a few awards right now. Exhibitor of our Reserve Champion Berkshire Barrow, Bellamy Sasson, EULA FFA. The exhibitor of our Reserve Champion Spot Barrow, Mila Friesenhahn, Southwest FFA. Exhibitor of our reserve champion Poland China Barrow, Parson Spencer, Albany FFA. The exhibitor of our reserve champion Hampshire Barrow, Lexi Nelson, Kendall County 4-H. Exhibitor of our reserve champion Duroc Barrow, Laney Campbell, Johnson County 4-H. The exhibitor of our reserve champion Dark Crossbred Barrow, Paxton Southern, Navarro County 4-H. Exhibitor of our reserve champion Chester White Barrow, Reese Huffaker, Post FFA. Exhibitor of our reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow, Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H. The exhibitor of our reserve champion Landrace Barrow, Lily Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. And the exhibitor of our reserve champion Crossbred Barrow, Peyton Goff, Fort Bend County 4-H. All right, what do you say, folks? Do y'all want to hand out a few scholarships right now? Yeah, let's do it. The exhibitor of our champion Berkshire Barrow, Reese Mabry Brock, FFA, the winner of a $10,000 scholarship. The exhibitor of our champion spot barrow, Lila Boner, Kendall County 4-H, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. Exhibitor of our champion Poland China Barrow, Remy McLaughlin, ERA FFA, the winner of a $10,000 scholarship. The exhibitor of our champion Hampshire Barrow, Alice Noors, Abbott FFA, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. Exhibitor of our champion Duroc Barrow, Chloe Myers, Monday FFA, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. The exhibitor of our champion dark crossbred Barrow, Wyatt Ducos, Medina Valley FFA, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. Exhibitor of our champion Chester White Barrow, Avery Mabry, Brock FFA, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. Exhibitor of our champion Yorkshire Barrow, Rainey Shacker, Dumas FFA, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. Exhibitor of our champion Landrace Barrow, Kenley Gardner, Coryell County 4-H, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. And the exhibitor of our champion crossbred Barrow, Addison Walzer, Fort Elliott FFA, winner of a $10,000 scholarship. Folks, put your hands together. We just awarded $100,000 worth of scholarship to these individuals. That's a commitment to agriculture and the future of agriculture we have here at San Antonio. You'll bear with me as I get back up to my perch, and we're going to stage things here, and we're going to get going on this grand drive.
All righty, ladies and
Folks,
gentlemen.
At this time, I'm going to take a moment for everybody. I want to recognize someone. If you've been here before of any years showing at San Antonio at the Junior Market Barrow Show, you know that this committee is a family. And we lost a member of that family this year, a former subcommittee chairman of the Swine Committee, Mr. Jim McCain. And if you've been here for a while, or if you're ag teacher or county agent, you know that Jim and his wife Betty, especially when we had the swine office over here by the restrooms, they were a big part of this show for many years, devoted a lot of their time and resources, labor and work and love to this show. And we would be remiss at this ceremony this year if we didn't come together and recognize Jim and Betty, give our condolences to Betty. So I would ask this time if we could get a round of applause for Jimmy McCain, former subcommittee chairman of the Swine Committee, and his efforts. We also want to recognize we have our livestock office. The job that we do out here, and especially what I do out here, wouldn't be as easy getting things together and getting this information together if we didn't recognize a few people that help us out in the livestock office. We have our livestock office interns, Thalia Ochoa, J.C. Beth Pennington, Abby Jones, and Madison Colvin. We appreciate them and all of their assistance with the show. Also, we certainly appreciate Morgan Thomas and Dr. Brian Ferris and all of their efforts and assistance that help this show run smoothly. As Audrey mentioned earlier, the swine subcommittee does an excellent job all across the board, from load-in, unloading, getting everything together, registration, folks, and then working out there at loadout. I tell you what, that loadout job is something that if you haven't done its experience, we'd like any volunteers that'd like to come help us. But certainly those gentlemen and ladies that work out there on that truck every day long, loading those hogs and in the weather, we'd like a round of applause for them and their help with the show, putting this show on. And finally, as we're about to get ready here for our parade of reserves, just one more time, I do want to recognize the efforts of our interns for this show. We had crews here, as Audrey said, from Texas A&M, Texas Tech, A&M Kingsville, Blinn, and we had a crew from Palo Alto. And folks, back here in these holding pens, you know, things get pretty ripe when we go over 2 waves of show with these barrows. And those individuals, especially from Palo Alto, were back there raking those pens, cleaning those pens after every class. So let's give another round of applause to our stock show interns and their job. Finally, folks, if you all noticed here, we've got a different orientation, and this year we had an investment in the show to give us some great brand new bleachers for you to enjoy this stock show experience. We are grateful for that. It's just one of the many improvements that we try to do and keep up with here on a regular basis at this show, and one of the reasons that people do refer to this as the Super Bowl of barrel shows. So we're very happy that we could have those improvements and want to recognize that investment and want to, as Audrey said, we know you have a choice of barrel shows to go to. We're grateful y'all come to San Antonio. We want to see y'all back every year.
All right, everybody. Looks like we're fixing to gear up and crown us a grand champion, Wayne.
Most definitely. And, you know, I wanted to share with our listeners about this scholarship program that they pride themselves in.
This time, if we could have our breed champions return to the holding pens for staging for our championship round. If we can have our breed champions, please return to the holding pens for staging.
They're going to announce the
for our
reserve
championship
champions
round.
first, Wayne, and then we're going to bring the champions out here.
Okay, folks, I think we are ready for the presentation of our reserve champion Barrows. The reserve champion, Berkshire Barrow, exhibited by Bellany Sasson, Eula, FFA. Eula's the daughter of Hoss and Courtney Sasson. Hobbies and interests include livestock shows, cheering on, my Lackey livestock family, livestock judging, and being with her family and friends. Future plans to attend Texas A&M University. Your reserve champion Spot Barrow, driven by Mila Friesenan, Southwest FFA. Mila's the daughter of Megan and Chad Friesenan. Hobbies and interests include soccer, fishing, and horses. And in the future, she'd like to be a vet or a farrier. Exhibitor of our reserve champion Poland China Barrow, Parsons Creed Spencer from Albany FFA. Parents are Reggie and Sage Spencer. Hobbies and interests include hunting, fishing, and playing sports, and of course, showing pigs. Future plans are to attend Texas Tech University. The exhibitor of our reserve champion Hampshire Barrow, Lexi Nelson, Kendall County 4-H. Lexi's the daughter of Matt Nelson and Ashley Mansfield. Hobbies and interests include skiing, going to the beach, being in the barn with family, and hanging out with friends and family. Future plans are to attend Ole Miss and study business and become a financial advisor. Exhibitor of our reserve champion Duroc Barrow, Laney Campbell, Johnson County 4-H. Laney's the daughter of Josh and Landy Campbell. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs and steers. Future plans are to attend Texas Tech University and be a child life specialist at Children's Hospital. Exhibitor of our reserve champion, Dark Crossbred Barrow, Paxton Southern, Navarro County 4-H. Paxton's the son of John and Carolyn Southern. Hobbies and interests include basketball, show pigs, and bass fishing. College plans or future plans are to attend Texas Tech University and maybe play basketball or definitely major in animal science. Exhibitor of our reserve champion, Chester White Barrow, Reese Huffaker, Post, FFA. Reese is the daughter of Roddy and Dina Huffaker. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs, shopping, hanging out with friends, cheerleading, and FFA events. Future plans are to attend Texas Tech and study animal science. Exhibitor of our reserve champion, Yorkshire Barrow, Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H. Zane is the son of Todd and Mariah Byers. Hobbies and interests include riding his bike, playing baseball, and playing with friends at stock shows. Future plans are to study animals around the world. Exhibitor of our reserve champion, Landrace Barrow, Lily Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. Lily's the daughter of Ryan and Khaki Cooper. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs, traveling to national shows, and playing basketball. Future plans are to attend Texas Tech University and major in elementary education. And the exhibitor of our reserve champion, Crossbred Barrow, Peyton Goff, Fort Bend County 4-H. Peyton's the daughter of Rachel and Caleb Went and Bubba and Brittany Goff. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs. Future plans are to attend Texas Tech to be an ag teacher just like her mom. And there you have it, folks. Those are your reserve champion junior market barrows for the 2025 show. And there you have it, folks. Those are our reserve champion junior market barrows. We're going to have a few moments here as we get our champions weighed and staged, and we get these reserves back there staged. So this gives me a perfect opportunity, folks, to introduce our judges over the past several days who have been an absolute pleasure here. Mr. Will Hilty is from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania. He grew up on a diversified livestock farm exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, consisting of 100 crossbred sows, with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. Will has judged at the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, the Exposition, and here at San Antonio. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows. Mr. Will Hilty. Next is Ben Boble. Ben's from Lincoln, Illinois. He owns and operates Bobel Farms, consisting of 100 sows and a grain operation. He's married to Haley, and they have 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex. Ben attended Black Hawk East and Iowa State University. Their family loves to show. His girls show at local and state and national shows. And his favorite things about livestock show and agriculture is no doubt developing youth and making better young adults. Those are aspects of showing livestock. It's also very important that show youth are some of the very best ambassadors to share the story around American agriculture, that American farmers are the best advocates to feed the world. Ben Boble, everybody.
So they're getting all of our champions ready to release them out one at a time and give a biography about each of these, or telling them each of the kids where they're from. And as you saw our reserve champions out there, you would have to agree these guys have done an outstanding job of keeping their pattern consistent throughout the show. I think you can agree that every one of those in our reserve
Folks, our
breed
Junior
champion.
Market Barrow auction will be held tomorrow at 1:00 p.m. at the Keith Martin Auction Barn. Like to invite everybody to attend or tune in over there. Tune in and watch our broadcasted live on sarodeo.com, our live cast of the auction. We do want to point out that you can make contributions on sarodeo.com via the virtual auction portal. So please tell your friends, share that with friends and family. If they want to have any add-ons there, they can do so there online at sarodeo.com.
You know, when you were talking the reserves and how consistent they were, so I was down below here, and I'll tell you, Dad, those champions are, we thought the reserves look really good, and they do, but you get down there and look at those champions, you're like, whoa. It's hard to make a bear as good as what these champions are.
Their pattern was from the ground up, and they did that consistently throughout both waves. And as you mentioned, it shows not only in the reserves, but especially I think everyone will see these champions coming out and really see it in a ring of champions.
And I was talking to all the kids down there. I was like, "Hey, y'all nervous? Or y'all excited?" And I think all the kids they're nervously excited. It's a big deal. I mean, you think about this. There's hundreds of people in these stands right now watching. I would say there's at least 500 people here.
The stands are full all the way around.
And thank you for San Antonio for getting this new stadium seating in here. And just want to say these kids' pigs are really good, but the kids are even better. Here we go.
Pick at Grand Champion Barrow. Let's hear it. The exhibitor of our champion Berkshire Barrow, Reese Mabry, Brock, FFA. Reese is the daughter of Deidre and Casey Mabry. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs, hanging out with friends, golf, and doing FFA activities. Future plans are to attend West Texas A&M or Texas Tech and do something in agriculture. Exhibitor of our champion spot barrow, Lila Bonert, Kendall County 4-H. Lila's the daughter of Michael and Elaine Bonert. Hobbies and interests include cheerleading, playing softball, and showing pigs. Future plans are to attend college and pursue a degree in occupational therapy. Exhibitor of our champion Poland China Barrow, Remy McLaughlin, ERA FFA. Remy's the daughter of Michael and Summer McLaughlin. Hobbies and interests include showing barrows and steers, basketball, and competitive cheer. Future plans are to attend Oklahoma State and pursue a degree in speech pathology and audiology. Exhibitor of our champion Hampshire Barrow, Alice Noors, Abbott FFA. Alice is the daughter of Joshua and Stephanie Noors. Hobbies and interests are to eat, sleep, and just be around pigs. Future plans are to attend Texas A&M University. Exhibitor of your champion Duroc Barrow, Chloe Myers, Monday FFA. Chloe's the daughter of Chance and Megan Myers. Hobbies and interests include basketball and showing her pigs. Future plans are to be a doctor, and she wants to go to Texas Tech University. Your champion dark crossbred barrow, exhibited by Wyatt Ducos, Medina Valley FFA. Wyatt's the son of Weston and Chesney Ducos. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs, sports, hunting, and fishing. Future plans are ag business and run a family farm with his dad and grandpa. The exhibitor of our champion Chester White Barrow, Avery Mabry, Brock, FFA. Avery is the daughter of Casey and Deidre Mabry. Hobbies and interests include showing, basketball, hanging out with family and friends, and meat judging. Future plans are to go to Texas Tech and do something ag-related. Exhibitor of our champion Yorkshire Barrow, Rainey Shacker, Dumas, FFA. Rainey is the daughter of Kobe and Jamie Shacker. Hobbies and interests include judging livestock, playing golf, hanging out with friends and family. Future plans are to attend Texas Tech and become an ag teacher. The exhibitor of our champion landrace barrow, Kinley Gardner, Coryell County 4-H. Kinley's the daughter of Jim and Julie Gardner. Hobbies and interests include playing softball, showing livestock, and hanging out with friends and family. Future plans are to attend Navarro College and play softball while pursuing a pre-Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and then transfer to Texas Tech for her Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. And the exhibitor of our champion crossbred barrow, Addison Grace Walzer, Fort Elliott, FFA. Addison's the daughter of Rodney and Tamara Walzer. Hobbies and interests include showing pigs, hanging out with friends, and volleyball. Future plans are to attend Clarendon College and judge livestock, major in agribusiness. And there you have it, folks. Our 2025 Junior Market Barrow Breed Champions.
All right, y'all. Let's crown us a Grand Champion Market Barrow, Wayne Rohde. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my father, Wayne, and I want to give a shout-out to Taylor Fort Webcasting for giving all of you at home a front row seat to this Super Bowl of barrow shows. And Wayne, San Antonio did not disappoint like they never do when it comes to a market barrow show here today. Wouldn't you agree?
I would definitely agree. It's been one competitive show here in the 76th annual San Antonio Stock
Wayne,
Show.
I'm pretty sure they've already made up their mind. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
Yes.
Well, you guys out here driving them, go ahead and park them for just a little bit. Ben and I both have some things we'd like to discuss. Man, first off, what an event. We just got done giving away $100,000 in scholarships to these young people. Man, I've been all over the place doing this, and this event right here, in the way it's orchestrated, as smooth as it runs. Man, the volunteers, the superintendents, the people back in the office, the absolute best announcer at any livestock show ever. What a crew. Let's put our hands together for all them. I wanted to leave you guys with a message, and the one thing that kept coming back to me is, we talk about numbers and participation, and I'm proud of the way Ben and I handled things in the back to the kids maybe that were going to go to the truck. Those kids were just as important to Ben and I as the ones right here, and it's taken nothing away from this accomplishment. But I want everybody just to take a moment and reflect on life a little bit and think about who got you involved in this, what it means to your life. Take a minute and just think about that. Now take a moment and envision your life without that opportunity, to never be involved in this, never come across the people that you meet in this. Man, it's life-changing, and I don't know what the answer is, but we as livestock enthusiasts, show managers, breeders, FFA teachers, we've got to find a way to keep the young people that are involved in this, involved in it, and we got to find a way to bring more to the table. Instead of numbers going down, we got to be able to find a way to make numbers go back up. So that's my challenge to you. We've got to continue to increase participation, and there's no doubt that from a show management standpoint, I think the impressive thing to me is this is the granddaddy of them all. Yet they're constantly looking at ways to make it better. They're looking at ways to improve it. And I think that's special when you can do that. So one more time for show management, the sponsors, the volunteers. Let's give all of them a big round of applause. Two more things, and I didn't save them for last. I saved them for last because if I started with them, I may not be able to get through. Ben, thanks. I think a lot of Ben, I knew we'd work well together, but man, it was fun. It was enjoyable. We worked together better than I ever thought we would. And I said it one time before, the biggest compliment I can give you, Ben, is I think your daughters are great role models for my daughters. Last, but certainly not least, man, this is the longest I've been gone from home in 20 plus years. I miss my kids. They're home watching. I miss my wife. Man, it's been fun. I'm ready to go home. I love you girls. San Antonio, you're doing it right. Let's fire this thing up and I'll get you a champion barrel.
Congratulations to Wyatt Ducos, Medina Valley FFA, exhibitor of our grand champion, Market Barrow.
Well, the Dark Cross, Wayne, we talked to him all week since he came up here.
Oh, absolutely. From the moment I saw him enter the ring in class 63, I felt like he was the one that took the leading role to beat.
And I'll tell you, too, Wayne, that barrow, you couldn't find a hole in that barrow. And for those of you at home who are watching him, if you think he looks good on the camera, I got to go talk to the young man, wave one, and then down there. And I'll tell you, I've never seen a barrow that good. So whoever that breeder is, you did a phenomenal job with that animal, and you put it in a phenomenal set of hands. Not only is he a good showman, a good feeder, but an even better kid. So keep that in mind when you potentially get him another barrel one of these days. He was well deserving of it. But you talk about just a great kid. But that Barrow, y'all, I'll tell y'all, he is a bulldog. Let's hear from Mr. Bubble now. He's going to crown you Reserve Grand.
Well, thanks, Will. Hopefully you got the emotions out of our way so I can get through this. I've been known to maybe wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I'm very proud to be here with Will. He's a great friend, and he's a great dad. He's got a young family, and they're going to do it the right way. And, you know, Will Hilty's a great stockman. Unbelievable pig breeder, unbelievable pig evaluator, and just a great human. It's been an honor of a lifetime to judge San Antonio with him. I probably will just make a few brief comments. I want to thank God for this opportunity for being here. He's blessed me with a lot of things in my life, a great family, and without him, I wouldn't be able to be here today. I want to thank San Antonio for allowing me to come back again. I've been here. This will be my third trip to judge, twice the Barrows and once the crossbred gilts, and this is the greatest Barrows show in the country. It is. I know my friends to the north won't want to hear that, but I truly believe that. It's an amazing event. Davey, Leslie, I want to thank Brian Ferris and Morgan for having me. It's awesome. It's a good set of Barrows, and I guess the one thing I would leave you is kids in the ring, make sure when you're done you hug your mom and dad. You hug your ag teacher. You hug whoever's helped you along the way and tell them thank you, because the opportunity comes to you, but it leaves you so fast. You grow up, you go to college, and I would encourage you to be advocates for agriculture. We have to have you in this world providing opportunities for other kids to be involved in agriculture, and that's very important to me. I'm a livestock farmer. I'm a grain farmer. We make our living doing this, and without you advocating for agriculture, there's a lot of weird things going on in this world. We have to have you as that advocate of that. Again, it's been a great show. Thanks, Haley. Thanks, girls.
Let's crown you a Reserve Grand Champion Market Bear here. Two guys who have a lot of respect for each other and did a phenomenal job. Wayne, I think it comes between two in my mind. And
absolutely.
And,
you know, we discussed this amongst each other as we saw it, and yeah,
cross.
That's what we thought. Yep. He kept those two together.
Dark cross, baby.
Yep.
And nothing to take away from these other kids.
Oh, yeah. No, they definitely, all of these are well-deserving.
Market Barrow.
Congratulations to all those young people.
Conclude our 2025.
Thank you for joining Dad and I. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my dad, Wayne Rohde.
It's been a pleasure, and these judges not only did a phenomenal job, but look at the big hearts they carry to helping all these young people and being so sincere in what they do. They did an outstanding job, and we were proud to be a part of it. And thank you all for joining us at the 76th Annual San Antonio Livestock Show.
Over and out.
Thank you.
Exhibitors' parents, we spoke to you a little bit earlier at our pre-meeting. They have instructed me that we do have those pins available for you at the auction barn. So once you get your pictures taken care of, if you could, please go ahead and move your Barrows, any pin, just pick any pin at the back of the auction barn. So once again, these champion, reserve champion Barrows and those division Barrows, once you've done with pictures and things, if you could, go ahead and move your Barrows over, pick any pin in the back of the auction barn. Thank you.